For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates. This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Brevi. Today we're discussing U.S. China relations with Bonnie Glaser. She's the managing director of the GMF's Indo-Pacific program. Ms. Glaser, welcome back to India, and extremely glad to have an in-person interview finally after a few online ones, and that too in our office.
Great to be here in person with you.
There's lots happening. We've seen the Wang Yi and Blinken's meeting, some statements that are coming out, and that's in complete contrast to the first set of meetings that Blinken's officials had with the Chinese. I think it was in March 2021 in Alaska. What has changed so much over those years?
Well, I think really for the first year, the Chinese hoped that the Biden administration would return to the policies of the Obama administration. And they were, I think, surprised that so much was inherited from the Trump administration, particularly the assessment of China posing a major threat to the United States. We now see in documents that are being released by the Biden administration that China is the only country that really has both the ambition and the capability to revise the international order in ways that would be detrimental to the United States, its partners, its allies, to democracies. And so over time, I think the Chinese have come to accept that the U.S. China relationship is predominantly competitive. Although they don't like that frame, they would like us to say that this is a cooperative relationship. But yet the Chinese have not accepted the Biden administration's push for having a focus on how to manage our differences and prevent the competition from veering into conflict. And the mill-mill relationship is essentially frozen, particularly since our Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, visited Taiwan in August of 2022. That has not resumed. But nevertheless, there is a desire now on the part of China to stabilize the relationship. We started this when the presidents met 1 year ago in Bali. And then, of course, we had a Chinese spy balloon fly over the United States. And that led to repercussions that were difficult to manage between the two countries. And so now I think we're really trying again. And because of the economic headwinds that China is facing and the Chinese dissatisfaction with U.S. policies that are trying to hamper China's innovation through our export controls and other means to slow down China's technological development in areas that are connected to national security, I think that China has also an incentive, a stake in trying to stabilize the relationship. So for different reasons, I think the U.S. and China are trying again, and we will see what will be achieved, which is just about a month from now, when Xi Jinping will probably arrive in San Francisco for the APEC summit.
Exactly. This is what it's probably leading up to in, I think it's 14th to 16th of November, the APEC summit, and if they have a bilateral summit as well. What are both sides looking for in terms of best case or worst case scenarios? He could possibly not come also for that particular summit.
Well, I think both sides have low expectations. Certainly in the Biden administration, the messages are that expectations should be very low, there won't be major outcomes. But there are some things that the United States would like to achieve. We have a serious problem in the United States with fentanyl addiction, a lot of Americans that die of this addiction every year, and some of these chemical precursors come from China. And so the United States would like to resurrect our law enforcement cooperation with China on this issue. And China is very transactional. They want to get something for it. The United States imposed sanctions on a lab in China. And so that could be a give and take. where we end up with some increased Chinese cooperation. This is important for President Biden because we are heading into an election year. And of course, Biden is running for re-election. So this is something, it's a campaign issue. And then other than that, the United States would like to resume the cooperation between the two militaries, and that is something President Biden will talk to Xi Jinping about. When Xi Jinping was vice president, he came to the United States and he went to the Pentagon. And I was told he came away with an understanding that we have to have communication between our two militaries. We have to avoid misperception and miscalculation. And so this is something that I think Biden will remind him of, and hopefully there will be an agreement to have more dialogue and more operational conversation between our militaries. It's almost on a daily basis that we are seeing our Navy ships and our Air Force and China's Air Force in close calls. And the China Military Power Report, which was just released a couple of weeks ago by the Pentagon, the annual report, for the first time said that in a 2-year period between the fall of 2021 and 2023, there are 180 coercive and risky actions in the air by the Chinese Air Force against the United States, and 100 against U.S. allies and partners. And so these numbers are considerable. If you looked at them in the overall context of the total number, we don't know what that is. It's a classified figure, but it's probably a small percentage, but nonetheless, it is rising and it is dangerous. And so our militaries do need to talk. And I think other than that, there's a desire by the United States to find more areas to cooperate with China. We want to test the proposition that we can compete and cooperate at the same time. And so John Kerry, our climate envoy, has been leading the effort to try and get China and the United States to find a way in the run-up to COP28 to cooperate. So I think that will be on the agenda as well. And then China will have its list of concerns. They will talk about the technology restrictions. They will talk about Taiwan, as they always do. And Xi Jinping will be looking for more reassurances from President Biden, and maybe some statements about what we might do if there is an election of another DPP president in Taiwan, who Beijing fears might really push for legal, formal independence. And Xi Jinping might even be looking for some promises from the United States that we would not allow that to happen.
You talked about one of the areas of possible cooperation, which is climate change, and you mentioned the Special Envoy John Kerry. Californian governor was also in China, and he had an audience with Xi Jinping, no less. And apparently after that said China-U.S. ties should be held hostage to situation. But are there still two kinds of voices in the U.S. on policy in terms of, like you said, there are documents, security documents, which outline the main threat is China in the coming years, who want closer ties, closer business ties, because there are some analysts who say the U.S. contributed a lot to the rise of China because of its engagement post-1970. And now you see a monster that you created. But because of the business ties, despite this de-risking, or nobody talks about decoupling anymore, are there two kind of strands of voices of what U.S.-China policy should be?
Well, we, of course, have many different voices in the United States, and there are people who come from different sectors who would like to preserve good relations with China. We see this in universities, scientific cooperation. There's been a lot of cooperation in Silicon Valley with Chinese companies that have really benefited the United States. We used to work in medical labs and with China. We fought Ebola together in Africa. So there has been some cooperation in the past that some people think should go on regardless of how competitive the relationship is. But there are a lot of people who are concerned about having Chinese in the United States who have expertise in STEM areas. They want fewer even students to come. So you do have some extremes of people. But generally speaking, I think there is an understanding China poses a lot of challenges to the United States in any area that's connected to national security. There is greater understanding. And the business community's attitudes have changed fundamentally. I think what the business community wants is predictability. They want, and not just from the U.S. government, but also from the Chinese government, because they don't want to run afoul of Chinese law inadvertently. We're seeing businessmen, not just Americans, but also Japanese occasionally, getting detained in various companies in China. So this is not a good trend. But businesses in the United States, there are some that are hiving off their China business, separating it from the rest of their business because they want to be able to operate in China and comply with Chinese law, but they also don't want to put at risk all of their other data and other business that they have. So there's some, of course, that are moving, companies that are moving some of their business elsewhere. And we see that here in India with Apple investing and building production here. And I think that there will be others that will follow.
The California governor, I think, post his visit and meeting with Xi Jinping, said being granted an audience indicated a thaw in relations. One, is that how you see it progressing? And how does that sit with exactly what you mentioned, which is a high number of incidents, whether it's with the U.S. or its allies? We've seen collisions with the Philippines Navy as well. How do those two strands sit in when policy is made from the U.S. side?
Well, I don't think that we should anticipate a thaw in U.S. China relations, and certainly not a reset. There's lots of nouns we could use. I would go with stabilization as the best case outcome. And that is not a certainty. The question is really whether there's enough that our two countries can agree on in terms of how we manage our differences. And Xi Jinping will probably come up with a set of maybe principles. I don't know if bilaterally we're ready to agree on principles. When the two leaders met in Bali, it was Xi Jinping's initiative to have officials from both sides talk about the principles that guide the relationship. The United States is very leery about things like mutual respect, right? Win-win cooperation. Mutual respect means respecting each other's core interests. And China's definition of core interests is not limited. Even if it were, we have a problem with Taiwan, Tibet, and Xinjiang being core interests, but it's expanded beyond that. So I don't think we will come up with a common set of principles. But I do think that we can change the tone in the relationship. Perhaps we can find areas to cooperate. And importantly, if we can agree that communication channels have to remain open between our diplomats, between our militaries, if we can agree that there are areas in people-to-people exchanges that are still important, sub-regional cooperation, which is, of course, what Xi Jinping was endorsing when he met with the governor of California. That's an area where possibly in climate change, things like that, that we'd like to see cooperation. But I think it's going to be very limited. I don't think we are going to see a shift in the focus of the United States on protecting ourselves, our interests, our supply chains, our intellectual property from the threats that China poses.
And Ms. Glaser, then, if things go south or continue the way they are in terms of aggression that the Chinese we've been seeing, whether towards the U.S. or the allies like Philippines, when does it come to a stage when, say, the Mutual Defense Treaty has to be, worked out between action has to be taken there? What will it provoke that red line to be crossed? And how significant do you think the latest ROK, Japan, and U.S. exercises have been in that area?
Well, the general issue, really, that you're framing here is that U.S. cooperation with our allies has really been strengthened under the Biden administration. There's been new coalitions that are being built, whether we talk about the Quad being upgraded, AUKUS, the U.S., Australia, and the U.K., and now the U.S., Japan, Korea trilateral cooperation, which has really jumped to a new stage that we have never seen before. Whether it will be institutionalized is still a question mark. Leaders change. Something can happen in the issue that could be in the relationship between Japan and Korea that could revive the historical differences, the antagonism. We hope that does not happen because we believe that we really have very strong shared security interests. And so the goal of the Biden administration is really to put that trilateral relationship on an irreversible track to the extent that we can. And the Philippines has been a relationship that is going from strength to strength. And this is, of course, partly a function of the change in government in the Philippines, where President Marcos, I think, believes that holding the United States a little bit closer is in his interests. He's very unhappy about the Chinese pressure and harassment that's taking place in the Philippines exclusive economic zone. And we have seen Chinese pressure go from use of lasers to use of water cannons to most recently ramming the Philippines vessels. And it's quite noteworthy that the Philippines' reaction to this has been to release videos for the first time ever of these incidents that are taking place. And in the most recent incident, we saw a large Chinese Coast Guard ship that had what was something like a bumper. And you could see from where it was positioned on the ship that it was intended to protect their vessel from a smaller boat, like a Chinese maritime militia boat. So they were ready to ram into the Philippines boat. And I think this means that there's a question for the United States as to how we respond. We have had P-8 aircraft fly overhead. We have had destroyers that have been at a fairly close distance, but the United States has not yet taken what could be the next step of escorting the rotation and resupply operations that the Philippines is conducting. There's been initiatives in the United States to go so far as to deploy our own Marines on Second Thomas Shoal. I don't think that's likely. But I do think that there, at this point, is likely serious consideration about whether we should escort these operations, because otherwise we are getting to a point where it is very dangerous. The Chinese are testing the United States to see whether we will, in fact, operationalize our mutual defense treaty to defend the Philippines. And that this happened right after the invasion or the attack by and from the Hamas on Israel. I interpret that also as a test of the United States to see whether we were distracted. So I think we are in a dangerous period, and the United States needs to demonstrate resolve so that the Chinese do not miscalculate.
There are many who say that the Chinese / the Russians are trying to open a third front against the U.S. Exactly what you were talking about, testing U.S. resolve. You mentioned Taiwan a couple of times. How do you see that issue developing? Because, of course, elections are also around the corner there.
The Chinese are concerned about the possibility of another DPP president being elected in Taiwan. We've already had 8 years of the DPP rule, and they see William Lai Ching-te as very radical. One Chinese said to me that he combines the worst of Chen Shui-bian and Tsai Ing-wen, the two prior DPP presidents. I think that they probably misjudge him. They certainly misjudged Tsai Ing-wen, and they missed an opportunity with her, I think, to come to more of an understanding and stabilize the relationship. But partly for domestic reasons, they have refused to talk to Tsai Ing-wen. And so I think just right out of the box, if William Lai is elected, the Chinese will react quite strongly. We've seen in the aftermath of Nancy Pelosi's visit The Chinese essentially have erased the center line in the Taiwan Strait. They operate their Navy ships and their aircraft up to 24 nautical miles, just the edge of that contiguous zone, right outside of Taiwan. And I would not be surprised if one of the things that they do is go even closer to Taiwan, maybe even sailing and flying in the 12 nautical mile territorial air and sea space, which would be very provocative. But of course, the Chinese don't recognize that it's Taiwan's airspace and sea space. But they are looking to restore their red lines and to demonstrate their own resolve so that they want the United States to restrain Lai Ching-te, and they want to ensure that Taiwan does not push for independence again. And Xi Jinping, so we've been told by the head of our CIA, Bill Burns, Xi Jinping has told the People's Liberation Army that they should be prepared to take over Taiwan in 2027. That doesn't mean he's made a political decision to invade. I believe that he doesn't have much confidence in his military. We can see that by the purges that have taken place in recent months, particularly the two at the head of the rocket force, which really signals to me that that he is not satisfied with the military's preparations for that key mission of invading Taiwan. So I think that he does not really want to have war with the United States, but he wants to signal very clearly what China's bottom line is. And if pushed to a corner, I do not doubt that even if he's not confident that the PLAs can succeed, he will use force. There are various contingencies. People talk about blockades or seizing the outer islands. I myself think those are less likely. I think if Xi Jinping decides that force has to be used, he's going to go for the full juggernaut and he will try a full-scale invasion of Taiwan. But I think if the United States is committed and prepared, capable, and Taiwan's military forces are capable, that we can deter China. Because it would be perhaps a death blow to the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party and to Xi Jinping's position if the PLA tries to invade and fails.
Talking about preparedness, and you mentioned it a couple of times, U.S. documents, whether they were the DOD's China military paper that came out, or I think there's a bipartisan congressional paper on U.S. nuclear deterrence as well, which has a lot of critique of current position. How do you, if you would like to flesh those out?
Well, the China Military Power Report has a lot of information in it that is really useful. It tracks on an annual basis what the developments are in the Chinese military. And the nuclear area is quite notable. This year's report says that by May of 2023, the Chinese had 500 operational nuclear warheads. And they are on track to have 1,000 by the end of the decade. And then 2035, it's estimated that they will have 1,500. The Chinese are filling the silos that we found through our satellites that they dug. So a very large number of them. We don't know if they will fill all of them with ICBMs, but these are solid fuel missiles, and they will give China a launch-on-warning capability that they have not had in the past. So that will put them on a hair trigger, which will make the situation more dangerous. And then to complicate things further, China is now developing a conventionally armed ICBM. So we already have problems with the dual-use systems that China has and our inability to distinguish between nuclear and conventional systems. And this will take it to the level of the long-range intercontinental systems, which has not existed in the past. They're developing a new nuclear submarine. Their JL-3, which is their sea-launched missile, is now deployed on their SSBNs, which is really significant because that means they can reach the continental U.S. from China's territory. They don't have to go sail out to the Western Pacific any longer. So there's a whole range of developments. The number of platforms in the Navy just that have increased in the last year. They're producing these like sausages, and the U.S. is very far behind in terms of the number of Navy platforms in particular that we have. And they have a large number of fourth-generation aircraft as well, more than probably all of our allies put together. So the threat is really significant, and it could potentially make it very costly for the United States to intervene to defend Taiwan. That's what China wants us to conclude, that it's too costly. And so this is one of the reasons why the United States is diversifying its military posture in the Indo-Pacific region. The facilities in the Philippines will be particularly important. So in our original EDCA agreement, there were 5 facilities. That's now been expanded to 9. And of course, we're expanding our operations in Guam. So a lot more work to be done, but I think the Biden administration is focused on this like a laser.
Bonnie Glaser, absolutely appreciate your time, sharing your experience and your expertise with us. Thank you so much, and hope you come more often, both to India and to our studios.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Thank you for having me.
Complete pleasure. And to our viewers, do give us feedback on this interview. You can follow all our social media handles for the latest that we post on our website, or interviews like this with Bonnie Glaser on our YouTube channel. This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Revi.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. I'm Nitin Gokhale. This week in Simply Nitin, I'm bringing to you a different format of conversation. Instead of me speaking to you directly into the camera, I have a conversation with an expert on China's political party, the Communist Party of China, who was in New Delhi at a conference organized by a think tank called ORCA, which was entitled The New Sinology. So do take a listen and do accept this new format for just this week. I'm Nitin Gokhale. This is a special edition because we are getting guests from a conference being organized in New Delhi, the Global Conference on New Sinology by a New Delhi-based think tank, ORCA, in association with Strat News Global as media partners. And this conversation is part of that series. And with me is a special guest from Singapore, Dr. Lance Gore, a China specialist who has taught in the US on China, Chinese politics, Chinese party system, and also of course, the foreign policy issues that China has. So welcome to this program, Dr. Lance.
Thank you for having me.
So let me begin with what you had in terms of the presentation that you did at this conference about the foreign policy drivers of China, how the party now dominates foreign policy issues or foreign policy determination as far as China is concerned. What has changed under Xi Jinping, if you can tell us briefly, in comparison to, say, his 2 predecessors?
Xi Jinping, we all know that Xi Jinping centralized power by creating a few leading groups, first 4, then expanded in addition to previous leading groups. He's the head of those leading groups. And all his colleagues in the Politburo Standing Committee are, secondary or member of those leading groups, but he's always the head of those leading groups. By that, he's above his colleagues. So in that sense, he centralized the power. That's one thing. The other thing is he tried to integrate the party and the state. We know that the communist regime usually refer to party state. These two are always in a sort of not very comfortable situations. So Xi Jinping tried to integrate these two, rather than, Deng Xiaoping's time, separate this party from the government so they each do their business better. But Xi Jinping worried about the party losing power, so he has to integrate the party into the daily action of the state, so that party is not going to be marginalized. So that's his innovation, I may say.
Okay. But has this model being applied also to defense policy, you think, or is just foreign policy?
Oh, in defense, I think every area of Chinese government, same thing. Defense has always been under the party. We know that the Central Military Commission. That's a party organ.
Right.
Okay, it has wear the hat of state military state military commission, but that's just a name. But essence is still party organ.
Right.
So military is always under party. That's the Maoist principle of the party commanded again.
That's true. In fact, as they say that the PLA is the army of the party rather than the state.
Right.
So that's how.
Right. That's a part of
it is. Yes. In terms of foreign policy, going back to how he has integrated party and state organs as far as foreign policy is concerned, does Xi Jinping's foreign policy reflect the thinking in the party, or it is only about he himself determining the foreign policy and then sort of putting it down or percolating it down to the party cadre?
Well, I would say that the Chinese foreign policy since Deng Xiaoping's time, on the whole, is quite consistent, continuous. I mean, not stay the same, but evolving, on the basis of previous policies. So the major difference between Xi Jinping's foreign policy and Deng Xiaoping's, Deng Xiaoping's basic line is to lie low, abiding time. Don't, put yourself up there, become a target of everybody else. When Xi Jinping came to power, China has been, experiencing 30 more years of continuous growth. So has become very powerful, its second largest economy. So Xi Jinping basically moved out of Deng Xiaoping's Lai-Do policy.
Right.
They want to, do some creativity.
Assert himself?
Yeah, assert China. I think, China, such a big country, has to have an impact on the world. You cannot just stay, little brother under the United States.
Right.
So that's for China's big power ambitions. It has to do something.
That's Xi Jinping's philosophy.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. And also that's based upon the growing Chinese power.
Right.
Yeah.
But the two predecessors for Xi Jinping, Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin, who followed Deng Xiaoping, actually followed Deng Xiaoping's policy and yet achieved the growth that you spoke about, 30 years of uninterrupted growth. So what is it that Xi Jinping feels that he should assert himself more while that policy was still very effective of, say, Hu Jintao and Jiang Zemin?
Well, in his eye, by the end of Hu Jintao's regime, administration, seem to be the country is falling apart.
Oh, I see. He thought that, right?
Yeah, all the local government, they do their own thing. They don't listen to the central government. So there was a saying, the central policy do not get out of the gate of Zhongnanhai.
I see. This during Hu Jintao's time.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And within the Zhongnanhai, which is the compound housing central government and the party center.
Right.
Within the Zhongnanhai compound, there are 9 members of Politburo Standing Committee. They each in charge of certain area
Sure.
of policy. And they do not have enough coordination. Basically, each of them in their own domain. They are the king. They are the emperor.
Correct.
So there's a very little coordination. And also, based upon this decentralized power or rise of local sort of a lord, also rise of corruption,
That's right.
you know. So corruption is a major concern. And coordination of policy is another major concern. That's why Xi Jinping, made a difference.
Right. So when we look back at 10 years of Xi Jinping and the current status, let's look at the broader picture about his foreign policy, where he has decided to take on the number one power in the world, that is the United States, and also not very friendly with his neighbors, either Japan or India, or even the smaller neighbors in Southeast Asia. He is constantly looking to pick fights. What drives this kind of a policy of Xi Jinping?
I remember when one of his first speech, he said something which at the time I didn't quite understand. He said nobody should expect that we should swallow the pill of undermining China's interest. So that statement is quite vague. Of course, in his mind, there's something concrete there. Right. So you over time you see, first announcing the identification zone on the East China Sea. Right. Then you build the island in South China Sea, and asserting, in a competition with India on the borders. That border has never been clearly, demarcated. But he said that's a national interest. We have to stay firm on those interests. So on those issues, his policy gives the impression it become assertive and become sort of aggressive.
Right.
Yeah.
So speaking about India-China relations, you just referred to the border. That is the biggest wrinkle, if I may call that. It's not an exact word that describes it. Right now, that is what is driving the tension between, or the deterioration of the relationship between India and China. Where do you think Xi Jinping situates the border issue in his mind as far as India is concerned?
I think he would like to make the border issue a technical issue. That's just, we haven't decided which border. He tried to, not to make it a political issue.
Right.
But on the Indian side, obviously that's quite different. If you do not solve that problem, then our relationship is not going to be normal.
Right.
So, in a sense, has been consistent. South China Sea issue is also technical issue. Right. Okay, we claim that long time ago, before the Communist Party came to power, we already claimed that. And we could claim that using the warship of the United States given to KMT, right. To circle around there and mark all those islands. That's our territory.
Right. Right.
So he said, once we claim that, we cannot back down. So in that sense, it's the same telling Philippines. Our dispute is not our whole relationship. Right. It's just a tiny part. We should get along in all these other areas, as usual. Yeah. But this is just, treated as a technical issue. We'll work out somehow.
But in India, like you said, it's not seen like that.
Right.
Clearly, it's a political issue. It's a strategic issue. So, do you think Xi Jinping miscalculated India's response to the recent border standoff?
That part, I think, I don't think it's miscalculated. He knows India is going to react that way, but I think he figured that there is a way to persuade India that treat it as a, technical.
Just one of the issues of the...
Yeah, one of the issues, because these are two major, developing countries, largest and second largest population,
Right.
They have a lot of other issues, more important issues.
Right.
So on the basis of that, I think maybe he can persuade India to adopt the same role, because those disputed areas, mountainous are all rocks. Snow is not very value there.
Right. So, one question on again, how the populations in India and China see this border issue. In China, do you think there's any resonance about the border issue with India at all? Is that a core issue of concern for the Chinese population?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. For the Chinese population, the main concerns in Taiwan, South China Sea, East China Sea, I think they have relatively, comparatively speaking, less, comprehension of the border issue along that. But, however, they take comfort in the 1962 war.
Yes.
China won, and China won very decisively, in that sort of put their psyche in a sort of a comfort zone. So it didn't arouse a lot of nationalist, emotions there.
Right. It is the other way around in India. Because of the 1962 war
Right.
and the political question that comes with it, or the national psyche that comes with it,
Right.
the border issue does become important for India. And as India has made it clear, unless that is settled, other parts of the relationship cannot be normal.
Right.
Do you think there is any way out for this impasse between the two countries?
Oh, that's very difficult. Even if both sides hold on to their position, it's very difficult. I think in terms of territory, he's tough on territory. You see that the territory in between Russia and China, or the island,
Right. Yes.
China's new map, released new map,
Is that.
claim the whole island.
Correct.
Whereas in Jiang Zemin's time,
Yeah.
half and half. Now they claim the whole.
Correct. Yeah.
So that means, because according to treaties, the borderline should be in the middle of the river.
Sure.
According to that, that's of course is China's. So it stands firm on that. Firmer than Jiang Zemin.
Yes, right. So he'll do the same thing here with India, you think?
I think he is not going to budge on that.
So same thing can happen from the Indian side, that it may not want to budge.
Right.
That's the indication that we get here.
Right.
So we don't see any solution in the immediate future.
If Indians say, Indians in the BRICS,
Right.
And all of
In SCO.
2020, yeah,
In SCO.
right. And also, if India join the Security Council,
Right.
they have to work on a lot of major issues that has nothing to do
Right.
with the border issue. So, would you, refuse to work, or you have to sort of, deal with those issues. And once you do that, that means you carry on, business without solving the border issue.
So there has to be some give and take on the
Right.
border issue.
Right.
One final question. One of the things that rattles or bugs China, if I can use that word, is the resonance and the traction that the four countries in the quadrilateral grouping, or the Quad, is they are getting. America, the United States, Australia, Japan, and India.
Right.
Do you think China or Xi Jinping sees that as a emerging threat or a imminent threat to his power?
This potentially, yes, depend on how this organization evolve, into what kind of extent in terms of, cooperation in the defense side. This, we were called was brought up a long time ago.
Right.
At the time, Chinese geopolitical situation is very favorable. And when China, expressed its dissatisfaction, many, including India, Australia backed off.
Yes.
So this time it came together because the U.S. China competition led to significant deterioration of China's geopolitical situation.
Sure.
So, if you say China is happy with that, no. But China couldn't do anything about it. So they has to deal with it and hope for the best.
Okay. They will keep taking steps to deal with it, I suppose,
Yes.
going forward.
Yes.
But do you think they have any desire, or is there any way forward for improvement in the relationship between the United States and China?
I think, maybe it's just my personal view. U.S. and China relationship has been very rocky. If you compare U.S.-China today, 2023,
Right.
to 2013, I mean, China still the same China, but U.S. bilateral relations, is totally different.
Right.
So what made the difference? I think it's not really, national interest changed so much, or power relations changed so much. I think it's mostly, thinking, attitude changed. To say that, the implication is that they haven't worked out new equilibrium yet, because they still have the same kind of national interest. They have to deal with each other on those issues, right? But now you have a much adversary relationship which disrupt those dealings.
Right.
So my thinking is that sooner or later they are going to settle down on some more constructive or sort of dealing. Recently, you see a lot of overtures, U.S. China, high-level discussions, interviews, talks, and a stream of high-level officials from U.S. visiting China. I mean, the U.S. has been, becoming aware that this is a big country. We cannot brush it away. We have to deal with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that's the reality. You've captured it very well. Dr. Lance Gore, thank you very much for your time and your insights. Very useful for the Indian viewers and our viewers on the YouTube. We will keep coming back to you on sort of drawing on your expertise whenever time arises. But thank you again for your insights and your time.
That's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Viewers, that was Dr. Lance Gore giving us his insights on where China is, where the India-China relation is. And therefore, do keep watching Strat News Global. You know where to reach us. Our social media handles are visible on the screen. Do keep sending feedback. It's valuable to us. And we will continue to bring you such interesting conversations. For the time being, it's goodbye.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
You are on Strat News Global. I am Nitin Gokhale. And this evening on The Gist, our daily program, we have with us Jaydev Ranade, a familiar face on Strat News Global, somebody who specializes on watching China, analyzing China. and someone who has analyzed the outcome of the 20th Party Congress in China in great detail in both writing and speaking on different occasions. Welcome to this program, Mr. Ranade.
Thank you, Nitin. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So, first up, obvious question. How did the 20th Party Congress go for Xi Jinping? And what should we be looking for as an outcome of the Party Congress report that he would have presented to the delegates who came there?
Well, I think the 20th Party Congress, to my mind, is a watershed moment in China's political history. The 18th and 19th were preludes, but this affirmed Xi Jinping's grip on the Chinese Communist Party. I would say if I may stretch a point, he's taken over the Chinese Communist Party and elevated himself in terms of power to almost the level of Mao. I mean, he was not a revolutionary, that is something that detracts, but otherwise he's got a firm grip on the party. The Politburo Standing Committee, 7-member Politburo Standing Committee that exists, all the 6 new members are his personal choices, they're his loyalists, and I think to that extent the old system of decision by consensus can be considered to have been discarded. It's now his writ that runs. Similarly, in the military, though that is not really looked at as a part of the party congress, but it very much is.
Sure.
He has retained Zhang Yaoxia, the previous vice chairman. Of course, Xu Zhiliang, the senior one, has retired, but Zhang Yaoxia remains. And he's brought in a new guy called He Weitung, and I think that is significant. Zhang Yaoxia is a princeling. He is very close to Xi Jinping. They've got family connections, second generation and all. But He Weitung is an interesting person.
Okay.
He was the army commander in the Western Theatre Command.
And when was this?
Well, when Doklam happened, he was the army commander.
Okay.
And then from there he moved to the Eastern Theatre Command,
Right.
which, as you know, is another hot sector as far as the Chinese
looking
are
at
concerned.
Taiwan,
looking at
basically. Yeah.
And then he moves to the CMC. There's a bit of grey area on that because we didn't know where exactly he had gone to the CMC, but he went there, and he is credited with having organized the military exercises that occurred around Taiwan just after Nancy Pelosi left.
Oh,
from
so
there.
a hawk and somebody who's very close to Xi Jinping again.
And familiar with joint operations.
Both in the Eastern Theatre as well as in the Western
And
Theatre.
in the Western Theatre. And he was helicoptered, if I may use the term, from nothing to, I mean, he was a commander,
Yes.
but he was not a member of the 19th Central Committee. He was helicoptered into the Politburo.
Right.
So he's one of 2 PLA reps in the Politburo, and he's the new vice chairman of the Central Military Commission.
Which is significant, I think.
Significant for us in
Yes.
view of, as you said,
Right.
how is it relevant to us.
Yes.
But apart from these, Xi Jinping, the party congress has also approved Xi Jinping's policies domestically. So they're the hardline policies that we have been seeing, which are getting after the business entrepreneurs, private business entrepreneurs, particularly in fintech and IT sectors. I think that will continue. His prescription of common prosperity will also come in. That has unnerved a lot of businessmen in China and in foreign investors. The security aspect will get heightened further. There were 91 references to security in his Party Congress report, and he has positioned all his people in the places, indicating that he today has a firm grip on the security apparatus, which was not the case till a year and a half ago.
Or even when he took over in
Or even when he
2012,
took over.
yeah.
So now he has a total
Firm
grip, which means the party, the state, the army and the security are now his creatures. So I would say he's established himself, which doesn't mean that he's got no opposition. There is opposition, but they'll be quiet because they have no way of protesting. So unless they acquire a critical mass, I think he's safe enough. And that means that his policies will now be unchecked. And I think we will see more tough policies domestically, and in the foreign policy field, with the party Congress having approved all his policies, the tough assertive policies that he's been following will continue.
So 2 points emerge from here. One is, of course, that he has securitized or militarized the
Yes.
whole decision making, perhaps. That's one. Two, the common prosperity that he has adopted would mean redistribution of wealth and the kind of crackdown on big business, as you indicated, which has been there for some time, but might get accelerated, perhaps. So, do you think domestically, and the opposition, has no meaning, like you're saying? You when you meant opposition, it's within the party.
Within
right?
the party.
There's no other opposition in
Yeah.
China in that sense. But then, does he have a smooth passage over the next 5 years that he gets this mandate for? Or the economy of China is in such a shape right now, as we hear from different people, that he will face more and more obstacles in his agenda that he set for himself. What is your prognosis on that?
Well, since you put the question in two parts,
Right.
the first part being simple, that
Yes.
will he be able to push his policies
Sure.
and put them into place? I think yes, there'll be no problem on that. Whether he'll have smooth sailing, I think the economy is the biggest stumbling block that he will have, because as long as the people are content, the Chinese Communist Party is stable. And today we are seeing so many signs in the economy. There's rising unemployment. There is, very high unemployment of graduates. And when you look at it, the fact that there is a single child policy in China, parents are investing everything in that.
Right.
The graduates are not getting jobs. So huge unemployment there, and exceeding 20%. And plus, when they do get jobs, it is at half the salaries that were there 3 years ago,
Or what they deserve.
or what they deserve. The salaries of government employees in provinces and the center has been cut by about 30%.
Really?
Bonuses that were given to them last year have been recovered. So, there are a lot of economic problems there, and he has to tackle them. As I said, there's a lot of unemployment, urban and rural.
Yes.
So this common prosperity is obviously something he feels that he will try and reduce the imbalance, or as he says, more equitable distribution of wealth.
Correct.
Now, in the communist mind, or in the mind of the Chinese, it means a return to cultural revolution days. So they are very unnerved about it.
Yes.
And I think that will be the biggest stumbling block, because if it gets beyond a point, then there will be protests, popular protests.
Right.
And there is this feeling that in China, the security grip is so tight, army grip is so tight, nothing can happen. Well, Tiananmen saw eruption of popular unrest in 84 cities across China.
Absolutely.
So
That-
it can happen.
Yeah, and you're speaking from personal experience. You were there.
I was there.
when this happened. So, no, but moving away from what domestic situation is, but of course, China's domestic situation also has consequences for the world. But let's look at Xi Jinping as the supreme leader now in China. What does it mean for the geopolitical world order? Does it mean now China becomes further assertive than what it has been in the past couple of years, taking on United States, taking on, picking fights with India, Taiwan, wherever? Does he become more assertive, or does he now dial down the rhetoric and the aggression a little bit and say, okay, let me now start talking to people and bring the temperatures down? How does it go?
I think Xi Jinping may now start talking to people, but that is only to show that he is open to globalization.
Okay.
It's for nothing else. With the United States, it's a different kettle of fish. He doesn't really feel confident of taking the United States on.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
So there he will be willing to talk, and as you know, Biden and he are meeting
Right.
on the sidelines of Bali on November 14th.
Yes.
But having said that, I see no easing up on his assertive policies towards India, towards Taiwan, towards Japan. In fact, in the party Congress report, the language of Taiwan was tougher than in the past.
Okay.
And he has dialed up this rejuvenation of the great Chinese nation, as he calls it. And he has said it will, I have no doubt that it will happen in the new era.
Oh,
which means in
it's his
time.
own new era.
Yes, it
Yeah.
means in his time.
Right.
So in a way, he's put a time limit, and there was a lot of applause and all. So that's been endorsed
Right.
by the
By the
people. Rejuvenation also has an implication for us,
Right.
because it means the territories that they claim
To reclaim the
to
territories.
reclaim, he will push on it.
Right.
And again, I may be digressing a little bit, but still,
No, sure.
the for us, he has also said that we will win local wars. In fact, he's made two important points. One, for the first time, he has spoken about shaping our security posture. That's in quotes.
Yes.
Now, this shaping a security posture is something that a big country does
Right.
when it wants to prepare the ground, or when it thinks it can do something just by coercion
Sure.
rather than a battle.
Right.
So I think
We are the target.
we are target, and we need to see what has happened since April 2020
Right.
in that light.
Correct.
The second is, he has said, to win local wars. This is
Right.
again the first time this phrase has been used.
Okay.
So I think the message for us isn't very comfortable.
That's true. But interesting point you made about him not yet ready to take on the United States. And I don't know what happens in the meeting whenever it takes place between him and Joe Biden. But the fact is that they have closed, Chinese have closed the gap between them and the US in many sectors, I suppose, in science, technology, military is becoming bigger and bigger. But the other interesting point you made, and I want to take you on your take on that. Basically about reunification, which was their aim for 2049,
Yes.
or rejuvenation and reunification of Taiwan or other territories. Now, if he has advanced the timetable, which means countries like ours and Taiwan and Japan have to be ready for any eventuality. Is that the way you look at it?
Yes, I do. In fact, if we look at it from, as you said, the reunification and 2049,
Yeah.
it means we have a little time.
Right.
But I don't think we have a little time.
That's what, because you said that he's already advanced
Yes,
it.
he's already, the party Congress has spoken about the PLA completing its modernization by 2027,
Right.
which is its centenary year,
Correct.
which is just a few years down the line.
Yes.
And why should he talk about that now?
Yeah.
Unless he wants the army to be prepared for everything. Then, as I said, he's talked about winning local
New
wars
era
and
and
shaping
local,
the
yes.
security posture,
Exactly,
etc.
yeah.
So I think that is how I look at it.
Yeah.
As far as the US is concerned, you're quite right. I don't think he feels that he can take on the US. But if push comes to shove, well, he might have to, or if situation reaches such a point that it appears that the US is going to do something, then I would not be surprised if the party applies pressure on Xi Jinping to step down
Oh.
and says that, we are not ready.
Right.
But let's see how
Yeah,
things
exactly.
unfold.
Because I don't think the world will sit idle if these aggressive moves against India, Japan, or Taiwan start. But having said that, on my own, I must also ask you, then what is the option for India? In the sense, if 2020 was an initial surprise, and in these 2 years, progress on the local disengagement has happened, but no de-escalation, no de-induction, which was what India wanted. How should India deal with China now? Do we keep engaged? Do we keep putting the same pressure and saying that unless peace and tranquility comes on the border, we don't talk on other issues? What should be the approach you would recommend?
Well, I think the first thing we have to accept is that the policy that we have followed towards China since 1950 has been wrong. We have misunderstood China.
Right.
And repeatedly we have tried to be a reasonable and responsible power.
Right.
The Chinese have interpreted that as weakness. We have to accept that.
Okay.
So, when we see a China which disregards all agreements and treaties that have been signed with it, obviously there's no trust.
Right.
So your question is, how do we deal with them now?
Yes.
Well, there are two ways, I think, two things we need to do. One, we need to be more, if I may use the term, definitive in our foreign policy approach, which is that where they are accused of committing wrong, we should call them out because they are doing the same with us.
We must say it upfront.
We must say it upfront. They have raised Kashmir, we have not done so. I think we need to do so.
Right.
For example, human rights violations in Xinjiang, and more importantly, the attempt to erase a civilization in Tibet.
Tibet, yeah.
So these things we should raise. The water issue, I think we need to internationalize it and move it forward. So these are one slew of efforts. The second is on the military. I think we can, in my reading, I don't think there is going to be any de-escalation. I don't think, frankly, that there's going to be disengagement.
Right.
There may be in a couple of places, but by and large, they will stay where they are. As I said, there is no indication from them that they are going to disengage or get back. Reiterated. And then you have Xi Jinping making this statement about winning local wars and preparing the ground, etc. So I think what we have to do is show to the Chinese that we have reached the end of the tether.
Right.
Our tether.
Our patience has run out.
Our patience has run out. And therefore, we must be prepared to inflict pain on the Chinese. And that is the only way of doing it. It doesn't mean going to war.
Yeah.
But it certainly means taking punitive military action in certain sectors. For the Chinese, let me tell you that once we do it and we advertise it, the Chinese people will suddenly start thinking. Because so far their attitude has been that they can do what they like and get away with it.
Exactly.
That has to change.
Yeah. So what happened in 1967 or what was done in say Sundarungchu or later in Doklam, where we stood firm, and even in Ladakh after the initial surprise, send them back. There should be more definitive moves from India is what you are recommending, and we should say it in plain language rather than beating about the bush, I suppose.
Absolutely. In fact, we have a political leadership today which is standing firm.
Right.
And I think that the army is geared up.
Right.
So we need to get, as the Americans say, a whole of government approach
Absolutely.
here. Because you did speak about business as usual and all.
Yes.
In fact, it's a bit disappointing how the trade is burgeoned, in fact, when it should have been cut back.
Correct.
And here the government needs to think of other measures like non-essential items, which constitute the bulk of the imports. How can that import be staunched? It will give a fillip to our local cottage industries and things like that.
Exactly.
But I do feel that we need to take more such steps.
That's very important to understand, because I get this constant discussions I sort of attend and talk about that. What is the role of, I'm sort of taking you out of India and then looking at the Indo-Pacific, let's say. So everybody keeps saying the Quad must be strengthened, Quad must be given the boost that it requires, and India has to play a major role militarily to make Quad stronger. But I also get the other sense that while Quad can be good on, say, resilient supply chains and other sectors, militarily India needs to do its own stuff rather than become part of a grouping that Americans lead and the American objective is achieved. How do you think we should sort of balance these two requirements or these two demands?
No, I think we definitely have to boost our own indigenous defense production. There's no doubt on that.
Correct.
And I think the pace, we have started a good thing. It's now started off many years late, but it started. We need to accelerate the pace of production. And I don't know why we can't do that. I mean, we produce, a couple of aircraft in a year, we are very happy. And you look at the others, so if necessary, we should add more lines or whatever it is, production lines. Same thing goes for ships. We need
artillery guns.
Artillery guns and privatize it. Let the private sector come in, which effort is being made now.
Absolutely.
But that's a good beginning. But we need to increase that.
Right.
I think on the land, my own sense is that we don't expect anyone to come.
Sure.
We will be on our own.
Right.
But certainly we should build up the strategic relationships for intelligence support, for logistics support, for equipment support
Sure.
once this
In
thing
the
gets
maritime
going.
domain.
In the land domain.
In the land domain, okay.
In the maritime domain also.
Right.
But one thing is clear, that if China succeeds in its attempts to subjugate India, and I use the word
Subjugate, yes.
then they will be the dominant power in the entire region.
Right.
And that is something I don't think anyone wants.
No, certainly not India.
Certainly not India, and I don't think any of the
Japan
other countries
either.
want, and neither does the United States.
Right.
Because it will be handicapped
Absolutely.
when dealing with China.
Sure.
So that is one. Second, as far as the Quad is concerned, I think all countries will need to see how committed the other country is. And I think that is the real hitch.
That's right.
But there are many things we can do. While I recall reading in the newspaper them talking about containment, countering China
Yes.
in case it undertakes any aggressive actions, which is good. At least it's been said. I think there are other areas where we can cooperate in a more meaningful manner. One is if the United States, Japan and India get together on cyber, I think there's no one to stop us.
All right.
This hasn't happened.
Hasn't happened,
But
yeah.
this kind of thing is good. Second, we can extend that to communications. So things like that, if we start doing, it's different.
More cooperation there.
Yeah, and giving more muscle to Quad, as you said, I think, we have already recognized the importance of the Andaman and Nicobar.
Sure.
We beefed that up properly. We built that up properly, mainly with ships, with aircraft, with missiles, and with...
And ISR, I suppose.
Yeah, and that is it. That is what we need.
Right.
Then we'd have already contributed something that no one else can,
Right.
to block the Chinese from entering the Indian Ocean. So I think these are the steps that we can take. We need to progress a bit faster.
Yeah, I
but
think
otherwise-
that is the key for defense production, defense equipment production, for implementation of these plans for Andamans, and also being upfront in Quad about what is the objective at the end of it. Should be the key result areas for the Indian government going forward dealing with China. One final question now. The Chinese economy for close to 4 decades has sort of grown at double-digit growth. GDP has been growing, but most of the economists now have a consensus that it will not go beyond 3 or 4%, even at its best. With a large base, of course, that's also good enough. But in case the economy tanks further, and like you talked about joblessness and quality of jobs is deteriorating, then Xi Jinping, can he become then more aggressive to divert attention, or do you think then he will divert attention to get the economy right rather than trying to meet his own ambitions globally? Which way will it go?
He will try what he's doing now, which is on 2 tracks, try and get the economy going and also
Both.
continue with his policies. But if the economy becomes more problematic,
Right.
if things start coming to a boil, if I may say, public unrest,
Yeah.
then it's quite possible that he will try and divert attention.
Okay.
In any case, he's hyped nationalism to such an extent
Yes.
that the people will look to it. I mean, they will accept it.
Right.
But if they're not able to fill their belly, then I wonder whether they will. So and others may take advantage of that. So I think that is the deep dilemma that he will be
Exactly.
in. And also, when we talk about China's economy, let me point out that the Chinese economists themselves don't subscribe to the 4%.
Right.
They are saying that we are in fact around 0 or 0 point something.
Oh,
So that's in their conversation. Others, of course, are giving figures.
Yes.
And this year, they gave 4%
Right.
officially.
Yes.
But mind you, there was a lot of discussion whether they should at all give a growth rate, because they said that, we will not be able to meet it. That
Right.
was in their own discussion.
I see.
Last year, they didn't give one. So, for the first time. So, there is a lot of, there's a lot of, shall I say, doubts. There are a lot of doubts about China's economic figures.
Okay.
So when people, particularly foreign economists, use certain things,
Yeah.
I would be very careful in accepting, particularly the Western economists,
Sure.
because they have their own agendas
Right.
to push business or whatever.
Correct, exactly.
But the Chinese, if you look at it, they have a lot of question marks.
Right. So that's, I think, something that we have to watch out for going forward. I think 2023 will be a very
year.
important, crucial year for the region and for us to watch out. And with Indian elections due in 2024,
Exactly.
you don't know where it's going to go. But on that note, let me end this program. But thank you very much, as usual, for great insights on what's happening between India, China, US, and the Chinese as a whole. We'll have more occasions, I'm sure, to talk about which way this is going. But for the moment, thank you.
Thank you.
So that was Mr. Jayadev Ranade speaking about the outcome of the 20th Party Congress and its effect on the globe and neighbors like India, Japan, and even Taiwan. So for the moment, I'm going to end this program here, but do keep watching Strat News Global and keep sending your feedback. You know where to reach us on our social media handles and our YouTube channel, which is open for subscription free. So do subscribe if you haven't already, but if you have, spread the word to your friends, family and acquaintances. For the moment, it's goodbye.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Brevi, and our guest today is eminent historian, Tibetologist and sinologist Claude R.P. Mr. thank you so much for giving us time again when you're in Delhi. I know it's been very hectic for you. You've had another hectic trip to Arunachal Pradesh, close to the LAC. I think after a year?
Yes, but before I was just in Taiwan in
Sure.
in 2022, but this time I went much closer to the LAC.
So just wanted to get your overall impressions, Claude, about the change in infrastructure, both benefiting civilians and the military.
I think I was very impressed. I mean, I went first in 1996 to Taiwan, and that was really an experience. The road was very, very bad. Now you have a very beautiful road. Even last year, when you, after Sela Pass, and there's a village called Zhang, and there was 10 kilometers very, very, very bad. Now everything has been finished, and hopefully in a few weeks' time, in the beginning of October, the Sela Tunnel also will be open. And so it will really change drastically for the civilian population as well as for the army. So that's I feel it's very good for both.
In fact, as you're pointing out, the Raksha Mantri inaugurated 90 different projects in 8 border states and UTs, including the smaller Nechipu tunnel, which is something that
on the way
you would have passed. We went through it, and the Sela tunnel, we shot there extensively in March, I think. But just looking at, again, before and after, in terms of your impressions of India's military preparedness, tactics, strategy, how they have changed over the years.
I think there is no comparison, and even the last 4 or 5 years, there's a tremendously change in terms of infrastructure. Of course, it brings tourism. Of course, there's a danger for the environment, as we have seen in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, but it's something necessary for the defense of the country, and it's especially necessary because Chinese have been in 2-3 places very aggressive, and we have seen it in December 2022 in Yangtze sector. So relatively, the Zemintang sector is much more peaceful. There's not been big clash since 86, 87 in Samrongshu, but there's always a danger. And that is really the 2-3 places where China could do some mischief. And they have tried in December 2022, and they were sent back. That was
in 2021, again December 2022 in Yangtze area. As you pointed out, Tawang, you went to Chumigyatse, the holy waterfalls, which we extensively filmed also in March. Again, what do you carry back from the significance of the area, both in terms of the Indian military having occupied those places and the heights there, and hence being able to push back whenever the Chinese tried, and the Tibetan religious significance of the area, even for Tibetans who are not in India?
I think it was a good move from the government of Arunachal Pradesh to open the Yatse to the tourism. It is said that in 7th century, Guru Padmasambhava went to that place and he threw his mala with 108 beads on the mountain, and 108 spring came. But that place is so beautiful and also so charged spiritually. And it's unfortunate there was a clash. But when I went, actually, I saw that I would have to walk 1.5 kilometers. It's what I was told. And maybe when you went there, it's what happened. But now the road is not a good road as yet, but it goes to 300 meters from the holy waterfalls. And the entire road from Tawang to this place, Chumigatse, is under construction, but it's already a decent road. But I think if I go back after 2-3 years, and I will have a really packer road, because you can see that the BR are working very hard. And you can see the ladies. I was told by some officer that the lady of Arunachal are really remarkable and do very hard working, and that's quite encouraging. That they are somehow participating to the defense of the country.
Participating, and we were told again about the Arunachali women who would be able to pick up loads when you're talking about construction or road building or bridge building, double the amount that the men could. But that apart, just your ideas about Yangtze and why China was trying to ingress or make an incursion there, the significance of India holding those heights.
As I don't know if China is an atheist country, so I don't know if they understand the meaning of that place blessed by Guru Padmasambhava. But I think historically, if you look at the map of 1960-61, there was 3 disputed places. One is Kenzimane Tamdongchu, where there was a big clash in 86-87. One is Yangtze sector. And third one was Longzhou. Now Longzhou is more or less settled in the sense that India has a last port in one place called Maja, which is slightly south of the disputed village of Longzhou. But so there's only 2 remaining where there could be clashes, because so far they have not opened a new spot for entering into India. Of course, all these places, sometimes the ridge is not very clear, or there's 2-3 different ridges, so it has to be decided where is the LAC. So, but now that it has been fixed in Yangtze sector, I think India is prepared. I don't think China can enter much, even if they try for 500 meters or 1 kilometer. They will be repelled, so they will be sent back. So that was the feeling I had, that ultimately, and China, I think, start understanding that 62 is over, and now it's a new era, and they can't do much mischief in this area. It's very limited what they could do, and they know that because it's question of determination, and the Indian army is determined, the defense forces are determined, and nothing much can happen. And they can say their propaganda, they will repeat 62, but they have absolutely no chance.
You're echoing what many military analysts and ex-servicemen have said, that 1962 cannot happen in the present age. One of the major differences is the role that the Indian Air Force didn't play actually in 1962, and what it can and will, if necessary, do now.
Absolutely. The Indian Air Force was used just for supply. And if you look at the Battle of Namkachu, most of the dropping zone was on the Tsangdar Plateau. And more than half of the whatever was sand went in the ravine, and they couldn't get. So, but it was not used to stop the Chinese. They could have easily bombarded. A few years back, I interviewed Wing Commander Jagmohan Nath, who got twice MVC with VAR. And the first MVC he got in between 1960 and 62 for doing the recce with a Squadron 106 all over Tibet, and he knew that there was no air force. And the political leadership knew there was no air force, but they didn't reject. And Krishna Menon, the defense minister, believed that the northern city of India, Calcutta, Delhi, would be bombarded by the Chinese Air Force, who was not existing, for the simple reason that they had no more spare parts from the Soviet. They had a split with the Soviet in 1960, and they had no fuel to. So there was no Chinese Air Force, and Indian Air Force, if they had helped the ground forces, the Battle of Wolong, the Battle of Bomdela, or in Rezangla in Ladakh, could have been very, very, very different. And at the end of the day, India may have won the war. And you imagine for the Indian psyche, that war has been so traumatic, it has remained. But that's, you can't redo the history, but history will not repeat. I hope and I'm sure that leadership has understood that, and Air Force would be used. And also it's question of determination and will to fight. And actually it's something I saw when I went close to the LAC. I realized that that Tagla Ridge, which is the IB for India, the Namkachu, the river, the small, it's not a river, because for me it was a myth. I've read so many books and documents, historical documents on Namkachu. It's a tiny nala in the middle of two ridges. One you have the Tagla Ridge, and the other side the Atungla. And to avoid the Indian army to defend their position from the bottom of the Nala, there's 5-6 bridges on that Namkachu. That was, in my view, criminal. Historically, when I think about it, it was criminal. They should have defended from Atungla or other ridges. So it's why you realize when you see this, it's unbelievable to ask. And I think the corps commander at that time was the culprit. And he should have told his political boss in Delhi, we can't defend, it's not... I think he realized, but when he came back to Delhi, he didn't tell anybody. And some people think that even the brigade commander and div commander should have at that time also put their foot down. That's very difficult against the political will. But today everything is different. I think the officers, they know their job and they will tell the leadership that it's not possible. But it's what is striking when you go there. It's striking.
Since you're talking about 1962 and you are a historian, mentioning the Indian Air Force as well, what have you learned so far? There's so little known about Squadron Leader Sehgal.
It has bothered me very much that Squadron Leader Vinod Sehgal was the only casualty from the Indian Air Force in 1962. And just 2 days before the war started, on October 18, he went on that plateau, that Sangdar, where was also the dropping zone, where the 17 Para regiment was posted there, and he dropped the CEO from Tezpur, and nothing happened. He came back 2 days later because they had no news. At that time, all the communications were cut because they had no acid. Some of the Chinese had managed to get hold of the acid and throw it in the river, so the batteries were not working and there had no communication. So on the morning, the Chinese attack, he landed on Sangdar Plateau at around 9:30. And after that, we don't know what has happened, but we have seen a video from the Chinese archive showing that chopper in good state. But when you go at such a high altitude, normally you never switch off. You just take off immediately without switching off because it's very difficult to start. Now, some of the troops of the 17 Para say that there was 2 casualties and they have been buried. But in fact, we have never found. And I checked all the Chinese also records. There's 4 or 5 records of the 62 war. And they speak about his passenger, Major Ram Singh, but they never say a word. And in the Chinese record, they say that one helicopter was captured. They used the word capture. And now we don't know, that helicopter was no more there. There was some recce from the Air Force in the following days. That helicopter has disappeared. So nobody knows the fate of Vinod Sehgal. He was just missing in action for his family. And though his wife, who lived in Delhi for many years, and she always said, my husband is not dead, my husband is not dead. And Chopper has disappeared. So what has happened with the chopper? I've checked with many people who've been posted around. There is no... So I think that chopper is one possibility, that chopper was taken to Tibet, and somehow they managed to take off. And
Take off or
flew
by...
for
maybe by
15,
road?
20 kilometers.
Could they have gone by road instead of taking off? Could it have been
So
transported?
that was my first contention, that I thought, okay, they have dismantled, because in the past, China is very good at dismantling things. But you have to see the terrain. And when I saw the terrain, that is not possible. You can't carry, even if you, bell chopper, maybe 800 or 900 kilos, even if you cut it in 10 parts or 20 parts, I mean, you can't cut everything in a chopper. But even if you cut it, the terrain is so difficult, you can't carry it. So at that time, along the main river, the Namkachu goes in Namjiangshu, another river which goes to Tibet, who comes from Tibet. So there's a small bridge called Dokung Sambai, and it was guarded by the Assam Rifle. Who, of course, they were smashed by the Chinese on the first day, but you can't carry a chopper on this. It's very shaky.
So the
that bridge.
contention is that somehow the chopper was flown into Tibet and...
It's what I have after many years of research. I'm ready to, if I'm proved wrong, I'm ready to say, okay, I'll be very happy. But my contention today is that chopper was flown to Tibet, and probably with Vinod Sehgal was forced to go to Tibet. What has happened, we don't know. Because also another factor that I went to study in Switzerland, in Geneva, in the archive of the Red Cross, International Red Cross. And I found a telegram saying that Vinod Sehgal is alive with Brigadier John Dalby and another officer, Lieutenant Colonel K.K. Tiwari, 3 officers. K.K. Tiwari happened to be my father-in-law. But they say these 3 officers are alive. It was around 7th of November, means 13 days after the beginning of the operations. So, and after that, there's no news. Nobody know about it. His family never been able to... His family always believed he was alive.
So the possibility you're suggesting or hinting at is that the Chinese could have taken the helicopter there to reverse engineer, and hence there is no news
Study
about...
at least. I don't know if they were...
Hence there's no news about Squadron Leader Sehgal. Is there a connection?
No news about?
About Squadron Leader Sehgal, because they were
It's
doing...
possible. Then something happened when he was... If I'm right that he was taken to Tibet, chopper could have been taken only 20 kilometers north of the border, and at that time there was a road that they could have put it in a truck or something like that, which was much more easier than to carry to some places. And something may have happened to when he was in captivity. That is one possibility. I think India, when there's a BPM, when there's this border meeting with China, they should ask. Maybe China will not say what has happened, but it should be asked officially. Any news, what has happened? Because they're only one who know. I mean, it must be somewhere in the Chinese record. But I think I wanted to pay homage to that. It was a quite remarkable pilot, and he lost his life.
And since you're talking about the border meetings, personal meetings, the larger picture, Claude, in terms of, in the recent past, there's been a lot of media reporting, public sentiment, suggesting that there would be some cooling down temperatures between India and China. There were signs that were being read, that talks were going on, major generals were meeting post what was scheduled. that Xi Jinping and Prime Minister Modi had a conversation in November in Bali. They had a conversation which was acknowledged in 2 statements by both sides at the BRICS summit. There was some hope that maybe something would happen so that Xi Jinping would come for the G20 summit in Delhi. What is your overall reading of the India-China border issue?
I think India-China border issue, or I call it Tibet border, but not the Chinese border. But anyway, that today we have to deal with China. It depends very much also on the internal situation in China. Can you imagine a country where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs disappears now 2.5 months? Recently, last week, the defense minister disappears. The rocket force, which is a very strategic force, which are responsible for the nuclear weapons, the 3 top commanders disappear. So China is in a turmoil, and in this condition, I think it's very difficult for Mr. Xi Jinping to agree to withdraw. Because if they suppose they would come back to the status quo before May 2020, internally it would be seen that like a defeat. Because officially they've always said that they have never entered India's territory in Depsang or in Depchok. The other issue on the fingers and Kodra, Hot Spring and all are solved more or less. So now, for the first time, maybe LAC has been demarcated on maps, but it's not the case for Depsang and Demchok. And I think China was surprised by the very strong position of the Indian External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, who said very clearly, time and again, it will not be normal relation as long that issue is not sorted out. But can they? I don't think today China is in a position to accept to let the patrolling start again in Depsang or in Demchok area, because he would have too many problems. He has already too many problems inside China with his own people, and India benefited somehow because instead of Mr. Wang Yi, except the premier Li Qiang came to Delhi. He's not that knowledgeable about foreign affairs because his expertise is more economic affairs. But it was good because China agreed to a declaration, which, and I'm sure that President Xi Jinping or Mr. Wang Yi had come, it may have not been possible. Which ultimately is such a good thing that there was that declaration that, because it's. I'm telling you that it's only country in India where such a declaration could have been agreed to by. If it had been in France or in America or anywhere else, nobody would have managed to bring all parties to agree a declaration. But partly because also China has its own internal problem. It's my views about them.
One of the reasons why India-China relations went down south was, or one of the factors was the Dalai Lama's escape into India. You've been to that area again this time. Give us your impressions or any memories that you can share with us.
It's Dalai Lama cross in this area in Chutangmo, and there's a small plate where it's mentioned is Impasse, because it was the first post of the Assam Rifle at that time. And I'm sure it's not only symbolic that the war started close by, a couple of kilometers on the Namkachu is just very, very close to the place where he crossed. So, and if you look historically also, the first big clashes took place soon after the Dalai Lama crossed. He crossed on 31st March 1959, and the largest clash was in Longju on August 25th, 1959. And also clashes in the Spangok Gap in East Ladakh. So that they are obviously related to the India giving refuge and welcoming. The Prime Minister Nehru sent a message to the Dalai Lama via the political officer in Bumdela, welcoming the Dalai Lama in India and welcoming his people. And the first few months, 12,000 Tibetans took refuge in India, and later on many, many more. But I think China was very upset about that. And if the tone of the correspondence in the white paper between MEA and Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs changed completely, and it became very, very aggressive, and it included the big clash in Longzhou.
Recent developments, repeated Chinese renaming, if I can call it, or using pinyin to name places in India, Arunachal Pradesh. They've started now, there was a seminar in which many Chinese scholars started promoting, calling Tibet Xinjiang. And you had that map which is released annually. What do you see in the larger picture there, Claude?
This map is not new as far as India is concerned, because they have been claiming Aisashin as well as Arunachal before they were claiming Nifa. If China is changing the name of Tibet in Xizang, they are acting like a political power. But more importantly, I think they have not changed only with the name of the country, they have changed thousands and thousands of names, and got hold of a dictionary which shows the Tibetan name, original Tibetan name, and the new name of the Chinese. So they have changed it everywhere on the plateau. I think India should start using the Tibetan name, and because it's the original name, and they transcribe it as it is pronounced or as it was used in Tibet. Why to call Chigatse, the second town, Rikatse? Why to call Nari, the Western Tibet, Hali? So that way it's on the all over the plateau, but the name of the country even now has been changed. So it's up to the Tibetan and the government of India not to use these names.
Overall, so then if you want to encapsulate your thoughts, Claude, in terms of China's internal issues, external issues, what do you expect from China going forward now? More aggression or...
Forward or backward? I don't know. I think there's a danger of more to become more aggressive. First in Taiwan, we see every day their aggressivity, the number of ships and flight and crossing the medium line. But there's a danger if there's a political turmoil in China, and there is a political turmoil because if the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Defense Minister disappears, that shows that there's a turmoil. There's a danger that the faction, with the more hardcore faction, will take over and want to create problems for India also, as well as in Taiwan. So that is a big danger. India has to be ready. And I think what I've seen, and what I've seen also in Ladakh earlier, last year, Indian Army and Air Force are much, much more ready. And especially Air Force is ready that they couldn't participate in 1962, but it will not be the same. So China, I think, knows that, but, some foolish local commander can do some mischief. Like in 2014 in Shumar, the Chinese president comes, go to Ahmedabad, and the same day 1,500 PLA enter in Indian territory. So, and I don't think the president knew about it. I'm sure that he did. I know that he didn't know about it. And so, as how much control has today President Xi Jinping over all his commander, that is a big question that we'll see in the next few months.
Claude Harpy, again, thank you so much for your time and sharing your experiences and your expertise with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for our viewers to send in your feedback to this interview, you can follow our social media handles for the latest articles we put up on our website or interviews like this with Claude Harpy on our YouTube channel. There's also a UPI QR code on the screen if you are intending to support us financially. This is Stat News Global. I'm Amitabh Reddy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think that the hall is still full is a good sign that everybody is waiting to hear Mr. Jaydev Ranade. And my job is to just ask him the questions, and then you will hear his wisdom on where China is today. So let me begin by asking, in fact, one latest update. President Putin, after winning the so-called election or selection, has just said that China and Russia will get much more closer than they have ever been in the coming years. That itself is a good starting point, I thought. So I want you to tell us a little bit about the major power relations. And when I say major power in our context, it's China, Russia, China, US, and India-China. Where are these relationships right now, and what is the interplay between these three relationships really?
Thank you, Nitin. I'm aware of Putin's remark just after his victory in the elections. I'll just take you back to the various statements that Putin has made. And in fact, the statements talking about, shall I say, the solidity of China-Russia relations have by and large emanated from Moscow, from Putin. Xi Jinping, of course, has made a lot of investment in his relationship with Putin and with Russia in that order. But it is Putin who's been really belaboring the point that China and Russia are very close. I think it is in Russia's interest, and they want to keep this, shall I say, relationship going in their own self-interest, both of them. And the reason is that the Americans have put China under a lot of pressure, have put Russia under a lot of pressure, and they both feel that this is the time they can maybe try and debilitate the United States. And that is their intent. Let me just look at how this war in Ukraine started. And at that time, the general feeling was that Russia will make short work of Ukraine, etc. It was not able to in that shorter time. But that doesn't mean that the war is over or that the Russians have given up. I think they're used to wars of attrition, grinding battles in history, and they're prepared for that.
It wasn't placed properly.
I think that's an example of Chinese sabotage. So someone here is on the payroll.
So you can see the deep inroads.
Deep inroads. So as I was saying, the Chinese are, of course, pushing the same line, but they have been a bit reticent.
Right.
Because there are suspicions in China about Russia, what the end objective is. But that's suspicion among Chinese strategists. As far as Xi Jinping is concerned, he sees that this is a good time to build the relationship, and he has put an investment into Putin. Putin also feels the same way, that he can bring China closer in order to form, if I may use, a kind of a joint front. And here I'll make a remark which people may contest. But in essence, despite the changes that have happened in China and in the former Soviet Union, they are not really capitalist. They are, in essence, both the leaders are hardcore communists. They have grown up there, and that is one of the binding factors between the two. As far as the United States...
Just to stop you there, can we ignore their history of hostility and tense relationship, even if it was in the late 60s and early 70s? China, Russia, have they overcome that mutual suspicion?
That is exactly why I said this relationship is between the two leaders. As far as the strategic communities are concerned, in China and in Russia, and in China to some extent the population, they are suspicious of the Russians and vice versa, which is why in a lot of Chinese military writings, they say that the Russians are not willing to give them the latest generation technology, etc. And we find that instances like, for example, an anniversary of Vladivostok, the Chinese came out with all kinds of statements. Also in a very important article in the Wenwei Pao, which is a Chinese-owned newspaper published out of Hong Kong, they spoke about the 5 wars that China must fight in the next 50 years. The last war was with Russia. That's right. So these indicators are still around. And before you dismiss that Wenwei Pao article, I studied it very closely. I can't say that it was written by a military leader, but certainly the language is as if it was either a military man who sort of dictated it, right, or it was a journalist who overheard a conversation between the military people and wrote it. That is the kind of language that it seemed to contain. So I feel, and I found that a lot of countries in East Asia took a lot of note of that particular article.
But also, on the other hand, in Russia, and this is what one hears from friends there or in some of their writings, that China's dominance or China's inroads into Far East in Russia is not liked by the Russian population, like you already mentioned that. Even the strategic community there does not like it. So is that something that they have to keep in mind as leaders, that it's only a leader-to-leader contact and not so much people-to-people connect between the two?
Yes, definitely in the long term, as we proceed further, it will lead to serious tensions. But right now, the Russians also need the Chinese. They need Chinese capital, and the Chinese are supplying a lot of consumer goods to the Russian Far East, saving Moscow the trouble of exporting those or sending those consumer goods to the East. So it suits the Russians, it suits them, and I think when the time comes, there will be friction. But I would say the United States is a big player here. They have to play their game and try and see. And here, if they can bring about a wedge between the two, instead of looking at both as, adversaries, it is something that they need to do. Because if the two form a joint front, it will make it that much more difficult for the Americans to contain the Chinese. And of course, they say they don't want to, but I don't believe that.
But that will also be a problem for India, if the Russians and the Chinese get together.
Definitely.
And that's why China's rise is actually having implications not just on the China-US relations or China-Russia relations, but also on India-China relations and India-US relations. So in that context, how do you keep the Russians and the Chinese apart, or just keep them transactional?
Well, the first and the simplest thing is, of course, to reduce the pressure on Moscow and try and, make some gestures or try and deal with them in a manner that they are not under that much pressure and separate them from the Chinese. As far as we are concerned, we are keeping our, avenues open to Russia despite the Western pressure. And here I will digress a bit and at least share with you my view, my assessment is that the real contest is actually between the United States and China. It's not between the US and Russia, though a lot of American strategists say that. Yeah. I think it's between these two. China has the wealth, it has the military capacity, it has the ambition, and they have declared it. Right. And they've put a deadline on it. Now, can the Americans move in enough time to contain the Chinese or not is the question. And that brings me to the point that will the Americans be willing to be number 2, number 3, or number 4 and be dictated to by the Chinese? I don't see that. So for that, they have to do something. And here I feel the situation can become even more volatile, leading probably to a conflagration. And I would set if you ask me to give a timeline, I'd say between 3 to 5 years is a hot time that we're looking at.
That's quite grim. That's quite grim. But could it be only on Taiwan, or it could be on any other issue?
Well, it could be Taiwan, it could be the South China Sea somewhere. Let's paint a scenario. Since we are doing that. Let's say an American warship bumps into a Chinese ship. Given the internal situation in China today, what will Xi Jinping do? the amount of nationalism he's pumped into the people in China will compel him to react.
Right.
And I'm sure the PLA at that time will probably say we are not, fully ready. But he will have little choice. So he'll either have to take some Pyrrhic gesture and try and do something, or otherwise he'll just have to keep quiet, which means that he's a paper tiger. So that is the dilemma that China will
There is a counter question. I know that there are people from the American embassy here. I want to be a little provocative. If you look at the history of South China Sea and the militarization of South China Sea, the building of the islands there, America and its allies kept saying, this is not acceptable, freedom of navigation patrols, we'll do this, we'll do that. But they never went beyond a point, and the Chinese kept on doing what they needed to do. So does America have a stomach to take on the Chinese if they go beyond a red line, and what that red line could be?
That is exactly the question that Xi Jinping is asking. And he's watching the Americans, whether they are willing to step up or not. And I think everyone is watching, whether the Americans are going to do anything. South China Sea, I think to a large extent, the Chinese have come to a position where they are in near control or almost total control of South China Sea. They have engaged in all kinds of activities there. They've built airstrips, they've created islands. So they're there, and no one has done anything about it. They're threatening the Philippines, over that ship which is down. Again, there has been no reaction except maybe a statement once in a while. Yeah. They have challenged the Japanese to an extent, not fully, but at least to a point. So they're doing all these, laying out markers, if I may say. But Xi Jinping is watching what the Americans will do. And as I said, I look at a certain timeline, and that is the timeline within which the Americans also have to react. Otherwise, they would find that the Chinese have stolen a march.
Yeah, so taking that timeline into consideration, can that same timeline be juxtaposed in the context of India-China border tensions? Will Xi Jinping attempt, if that is not feasible or that's not happening, if he's not confident enough, is the next target then, or the next possible target is the Indian border where you can do something and get away with it, is what he thinks? Or would he have changed his mind going by what has happened in the last 4 years, where we immediately mirrored the deployment and stood firm despite all the provocations, the deployment continues? What is your prognosis on that?
If we look at the internal situation in China, the economic situation is, I would say, near to grim. The people are very unhappy. The economy has slowed down. Businesses are shutting. And he has not made any substantive moves to revive the economy. There is no stimulus given. So there are a lot of problems there. The people are disappointed and they are discontented, including within the party. Now that is the situation where he might resort to some kind of adventurism outside, which is what brings India into the equation, India or Taiwan. India seems to be an easier option because we don't have any treaty agreement with anyone. But at the same time, let's not forget what happened in Doklam. Yeah. There were 73 days, we held them off. That's right. And finally, there was a mutual withdrawal. I think what they did in April 2020 was frankly a strategic miscalculation on the part of the Chinese. They've upset and annoyed the biggest power on their border, with whom they have an unsettled border. They could have had a friendly equation with us. Prime Minister Modi reached out a number of times. Now I think that phase is over. We are going to be extremely suspicious.
Yeah, in fact, I'll go a step further and say that was a tactical operation which has strategic implications in a sense that the entire Indian population has now become the adversary of China. Earlier, I think our Indian obsession or Indian elite's obsession with Pakistan has thankfully dissipated and has come to put attention on China, which I think the Chinese wouldn't like really, because now you're countering Chinese perfidy, Chinese attempts, misadventures, wherever possible, which I think was not the case, say, a decade ago. But by doing this, probably they've turned that advantage into a disadvantage for themselves. Would you agree?
Absolutely. That's why I said it's a strategic miscalculation. Yeah. They have lost the Indian population. As far as Indians are concerned, they have no trust in the Chinese now. We are countering them in the economic area. I mean, we are trying to reduce our dependence on the Chinese, which had gone to, I think, unhealthy proportions. It'll take us time, but we are at least on the path. We are trying to prepare ourselves on the borders and at sea. We're trying to build strong relationships. So I think I don't see a period where if the Chinese expect we are going to give concessions, I don't see that happening. We are willing to talk, but I don't think we are willing to negotiate concessions. They will have to pull back. Whether they can pull back, I don't know. Otherwise, we'll have this situation, frozen hostility, if you want to call it. And I think we are quite prepared to stick with it. They are having problems. They are having difficulties in recruitment. They've raised the recruitment age of their conscripts whom they're taking. They have started targeting the minorities, ethnic minorities, so Tibetans, Uyghurs, Mongols, they're trying to recruit them, there's discontent there. So all this is also going on, and we know the state of their army, the amount of corruption, etc. there. So I think they're also finding it difficult.
So I'll come back to India-China tensions or India-China relationship going through this phase a little later. Going back to U.S. China, which is right now the most consequential relationship for the globe, in a context of global disorder that one is talking about. It's tense from whatever statements that we see. Americans have tried to reach out to the Chinese. The American businesses have said that let's go back to the old days, but that's not happening because decoupling is, I think, the stated aim in America. And of course, the technology denial regime has been put in place, especially on semiconductors and others. How would Chinese now tackle this aspect? Have they overreached themselves much earlier than they would have liked to have done? Because we are talking about rise of China and whether they can meet their strategic ambitions. And those three aims that they had, three objectives by 2049, are they on track or have they now veered off the path really, if I can say that?
I think their ambition remains intact, that by 2049 they want to either be equal to or surpass the United States. That remains. But their ambition to reach a certain technological level by 2025, I think that has slipped by a minimum of 5 to 10 years because they now have to start manufacturing that kind of chips, etc. And here, if I may just digress a bit, we are seeing the bluff that worked all the way up in the Chinese system. When the Americans imposed those sanctions, immediately after their party congress, then in fact, Trump was the one who did it. The Chinese reaction was that, oh, we are ready, we've got enough chips, we can catch up, etc. But we find that even now they're struggling and at a much lower level. So I think that is going to take them a lot of time. The second is the market that they had captured, thanks to their advantage in these areas, is going to suffer. Along with that, the Americans have also started reducing the imports from the Chinese. The figures that came out earlier this year, showed a 20% drop. Now, that is the wealthiest market that the Chinese had, the next being Europe. Now, if they lose those two, or if the exports drop, then they have to look to India, which is the largest untapped market in the world today. And we are trying to reduce our dependence on the Chinese. So I think they're in a hard place. And the economy will hurt them increasingly. And there will be comparative rise in the discontent in China because of the economic slowdown. And that will create probably tensions within the Chinese Communist Party.
So talking about, since you mentioned Trump, all indications are that he's the front runner, if not the winner outright. We can't say, elections can never be predicted conclusively. But in case he's the front runner and if he comes to the White House in January 2025, how would he lay out his policies on China? What's your prognosis?
Well, I think he's unpredictable, so one doesn't know. But going by the past, I think he will be tough on China. And at least the advisors who were there earlier, if they still have influence with him, will push for increased toughness with China. That's my suspicion. And he would be only too happy to go along with it. The Chinese will try and strike deals with him. I don't know whether they will succeed. But I think as far as the Americans are concerned, their strategic community will push hard for trying to contain the Chinese rise.
Talking about Europe, Europe itself is, I think, in a very weak state right now, given what has happened in the Ukraine war, and now their economy is not doing too well. Interest rates have risen. So if their purchasing power, like what you mentioned, if the Chinese can't get that market or returns from that market, what do they do? I mean, India again is now putting non-tariff barriers. Tariff barriers is not yet in place. But Huawei being banned from 5G, ZTE not being allowed, where do the Chinese look for, and what is the tweak that they must do in their economic model? Unemployment is rising within China. So how do you foresee that Xi Jinping will be able to tackle this? And will this mean a larger opposition, a stronger opposition to him within?
Definitely. Unless the economy picks up, I think the level of discontent will rise. Let me just give you a small point here. The provinces have been told that they cannot have any more land sales, which means almost 40% of their revenues disappear, because that's what they used to earn. The salaries of government employees in the provinces has already been cut by about 30% plus. Bonuses given to them have been withdrawn. Now that's obviously adding to the pool of discontent that exists. Factories have shut down. A lot of the workers who went back to their villages at the time of COVID, the majority have not returned. So, you know, things are pretty bad. Within the Communist Party itself, and I think that's important, because what happens to the people is one thing, but when it starts hurting you closer to home, it's different. Within the Communist Party, there is growing apprehension that the relationships with US have been mishandled, and it could result in sanctions against China. And in my view, if that happens, the Chinese will hurt far, far more than what the Russians have hurt. The Chinese, not only are they psychologically attuned to having multinationals in China, etc., but they are an export-led economy. They're dependent on exports to the West, and that will all get hurt. It will get upset. So I think that will be a body blow. But more importantly, a large number of the over I would say 70% of the Chinese Communist Party cadres, their children are studying in the West, in the US, Australia, UK, etc., Europe. And if sanctions kick in, that means they'll have to come home immediately. All the money that these guys have kept outside, which is illegal money, will be confiscated by the governments there. That will hurt the Chinese no end. And estimates that I saw in Chinese, by Chinese, said almost, over or nearly 200 million Chinese will be affected. Their children, their relatives' children, etc., will have to come back. So I don't think the Chinese Communist Party will allow that. At that stage, they might tell Xi Jinping to pack it up.
Oh, that's something that we'll have to watch out for. But also on a cultural and popular front, Americanization of the Chinese society is also complete in the last 30, 40 years. So I think what you said is very relevant, that while the Russians didn't get so influenced, or they didn't have so many businesses from US having manufacturing facilities in Russia, this is a fact which is going to hurt the Chinese there.
Yeah, let me just make a point here. I mean, it's an ephemeral point, but when you're talking about Americanization, when you go to China, you find all the girls and the boys there, they're either Wendy or Diana or Michael or whatever.
Christian names.
In India, we still have our own names. We're not switched.
We have Hari and Dilip and Mohan. We still have that. So that is a completely different context civilizationally. But let me come back to now China, India, and that's, I think, what we should look at much more closely. Having gone through this period of tension, 4 years, relatively calmer borders right now, and both sides, at least India is now improving its infrastructure on the border. Also, capability-wise, Indian armed forces are trying to reorient themselves to the wars of what we call the future. New technology, deep technology is being looked at, if not, inducted. Going forward, and you have already mentioned 5 to 10 years or 3 to 5 years for the America or U.S. China conflagration. Do you foresee any large-scale either invasion or attempted intrusion or a skirmish between Indian and Chinese forces on the Himalayan border? And then we'll talk about the maritime thing.
I think when the Chinese undertook what they did in April 2020, in my view, it was part of a larger plan.
Okay.
And it was not just, a minor intrusion. And our reaction, our response, our build-up was unexpected. The speed of it was unexpected. And the fact that we have stayed on there.
Right.
And we are not yielded ground. I think these things, they would have factored in. But that doesn't mean that they will not continue to push. They would also look at it from the, from the point of view that they put us under pressure. As far as we are concerned, we are used to that pressure by now in so many years. So I think they might try some other adventure along the border. It's a 4,057 kilometer long border. They've got a lot of troops in the east also, in Arunachal and that area.
Opposite Arunachal.
Yeah. So something can happen. I also look at the northern sector, the Depsang Plains, etc., where the China-Pakistan economic corridors goes. The Chinese have an actual interest there, substantive interest. That also they will need to beef up. So we've got points where they can act. But whether they'll act or not, one doesn't know. I think if Xi Jinping feels that the pressure on him is increased, he might undertake that adventure. But a lot depends on the state of the army itself. And I do see a number of articles talking about the lack of discipline in the army. The youngsters are not, obedient to the party's diktats, etc. So all that is also there. So whether the PLA higher command feels it is okay or not, I'm not sure. But I would certainly feel that there will be actions along the border at various points. Scale of the actions I do not know. But I expect within the next couple of years, and maybe even, as our elections come along.
That's something that we have to really watch out for. But there is this counter view, which many people have expressed, that if Xi Jinping has to do some misadventure against India, he has to win decisively. And today's, maybe parity is not the correct word, but the state of affairs of both the militaries does not give him the luxury of a decisive victory swiftly. It may be long drawn or whatever. We don't know what happens in long drawn wars. Nobody thought Russia will take so long. But do you think he will risk that kind of a, if decisive victory is not obtained, then it's a defeat in a way. Will he risk that?
Well, he's already in a way not been able to make headway after April 2020. And I would say the whole of Asia is watching as to what the Chinese will do, how the Indians have held them back. So his whatever prepared boast that, we've sorted India out, the rest of you are nothing, I think that's disappeared. And the next step is, as you said, if he does something, I think we should be sanguine about the fact that even if we can deliver a minor blow to him, a telling minor blow, he would have been defeated. And I don't see a major war breaking out unless, of course, we go into a much higher, it escalates.
Escalatory ladder that goes. One final question on the India-China relationship. India also, Chinese keep saying this in conferences, in their writings. India is getting closer to the U.S. and the West and Quad. They point out towards Quad that, India has gone there and it's a front against us. Asian NATO, constantly those terms are used. On the other hand, the Quad partners tell India that you're not doing enough to pull your weight in the Quad. It's a no-win situation for India. What does India do in this context?
I think we should ignore both.
That's a great point.
The Chinese are saying we got closer to the US, etc., to justify what they did. Yeah. My counter question would be, why did you misbehave with us before we got closer to the US? The same thing was going on. Yeah. Similarly, with the Quad partners, it's a question of trust. There are 4 of them. I'm not going to spell out things, but I think everyone is waiting for the other guy to take the lead. So why should we be the fall guy? We're waiting for the others also.
In any case, India is the only country which has a 4,000 kilometer long disputed border with China.
Yeah.
Not the other 3.
Exactly.
So, that's the point that is there. Final, I think we'll open up for the audience a couple of questions. But one final point from you, I just wanted to ask you about the Chinese intelligence. There have been books recently. You have written a number of times. Others have written about it. Are they as effective as it's made out to be, or they're as good or bad as any other intelligence service?
Well, we have a session, something on this later.
Yeah, just
but let me say that when you look at, as you said, Indian intelligence, U.S. intelligence, we are generally looking at the agencies. When we say Chinese intelligence, you have the Chinese Communist Party, which has its own apparatus.
Yeah,
You have the United Front, which has its own apparatus.
Right.
You have the International Department. You have the Chinese Secret Service. You have the Ministry of Public Security,
Sure.
etc. So they've got a whole range of things which they operate. And apart from the actual intelligence operations, their United Front Work Department and the International Department are also quite lethal organizations. And the United Front Work, for example, they infiltrate the journalists, the academic community, the students. I mean, there are various ways in which they do it. They give them incentives, financial incentives.
Absolutely.
They encourage them to visit China. They facilitate their visas. And when they come there, they take care of all the travel arrangements, ask them to give a couple of talks, pay them handsomely. So there are various ways in which they operate. And by and large, when they come back, these guys change their view on China. And let me just end by saying that when I spoke about students, they had a number of scholarships for Indian students going there. And those students spent 4 years. They were young, impressionable. When they came back, by and large, they had the the Chinese story, not the Indian story, on whether it's 62 or whatever else. So that is what they do. So when we look at their intelligence operations, we have to look at it on a much broader
It's a much more widespread net than, and influence operations is one of the key aspects of their warfare.
Exactly.
But we'll come to that. We have time for 3 questions, so we'll take 3 questions.
bilateral relationship between the two countries, not as good as China-Russia. He also knows that he's closer to Putin. He's made much more investment. And at the moment, I think both of them have a strategic interest in being closer to each other. So that is how I would look at it. If their relationship becomes closer, I think, which we are trying to insulate ourselves from, then we will know really how Xi Jinping feels, because I get the sense already that Xi Jinping is dominating Russia in the groupings where they are working together, like the South China, like the SCO, like the BRICS, etc. It is China which is dominant, not Russia, which is a change in their in their bilateral relationship. But it's something that suits both of them at the moment. We'll see how it goes. But I don't think when it reaches that stage where Xi Jinping has to tell Putin that, steer clear of India or be careful of India, I don't think it has reached that level. He's okay with the present state of ties between the two of us.
Yeah.
Hello, I am Nachiketa Thakur from Symbiosis University. So my question is that when China is repeatedly raising diplomatic questions on Arunachal Pradesh or the so-called Changnan, should India also raise similar diplomatic concerns over Tibet and Aksai Chin?
Well, as far as Tibet is concerned, we have already made certain statements, but I think in the public perception, there is certainly a debate going on the Tibet issue. What should be our stand? Let it remain there. I think we can maybe try and introduce some, shall I say, questions or variables in that equation. But we've already taken a position. So I don't see us changing that position. But on the other hand, I think there are a number of other things that we can do to shall I say, strengthen our position on the Tibet issue.
One very last question, Mr. Srinivas Soni.
Thank you, Nitin, and thank you very much, Jadev, for very insightful questions and very succinct and informed answers. My question is simple. There have been reports of tension between the leadership of the PLA and the apex leadership in China. And there have been reports of this nature in the Chinese media as well as in the international media. What do you make of it?
I've seen these reports also, but let me say that at least from what I've seen, there is no, I would not infer that there is a tension between the senior leadership of the PLA and senior Chinese Communist Party leadership. That's the first point I'd make. The second is that there is, at the same time, there is either discontent or unhappiness within the PLA in the officer corps with the number of officers who've been dismissed on charges of corruption, either made up or real. Made up, I say, because when the loyalty is doubtful, also they have been punished and removed. And by 2016, 40% of the officer corps was removed. So obviously that has generated a lot of discontent and unhappiness. But on the other side, Xi Jinping has also been promoting younger officers, his own people, in the PLA. So I would say that the PLA is probably a bit not sure of itself. The massive changes that he has brought in, old, if I may say, traditions, old loyalties as far as the regiments, etc. are concerned, group armies are concerned, have been destroyed. So there is a lot of change. But whether that leads to discontent, I'm not sure. But I will say, maybe it's a pointer that there have been consecutive year-long political education campaigns in the PLA for the last few years. Consecutive. So there has been no relief for the PLA officers who are spending almost 30 to 40% of their time per day studying ideological literature, political education literature. And the other point I would make is that there are quite often articles in the PLA Daily and other military websites saying that the younger officers are not as obedient or as disciplined, as obedient to what they call absolute loyalty to the party as the senior members are. So maybe that also indicates some, shall I say, turbulence within the PLA. But I don't know whether we would say it's discontent at the higher level. That we'll see. But as I said, these are the indicators that we have.
Yeah, we'll have to go and look at the literature in more detail like you keep doing. Hand over longer time. Yeah, that's true. But that's some good note on which to end our conversation. Thank you very much for your insights and your time. And thank you, audience, for being very patient listeners and informed questions from those who asked the questions. Thank you very much.
People talks about how the Taiwan-China relation will get tense, and there are people arguing that Taiwan could be the flashpoint between the U.S. and China. But I have to say that right now, the whole opinion basically is that China is trying to change the status quo, and China upped the ante in terms of military harassment against Taiwan.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. I'm Nitin Gokhale. On our evening program, The Gist, we have two special guests all the way from Taiwan. Fresh from the election results in the country there and visiting India on a tour of New Delhi alone, two of the well-known think tankers, or you can call them analysts and commentators in Taiwan. To my immediate left, Ai Chung Lai, the president of Prospects Foundation, and to his left is Lin Fai Fen, who is the board member of the New Frontier Foundation based in Taipei. Welcome both of you for this program, and thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, like I was asking you, how do you see the election result?
Yeah, I think that although the William Lai, he got the 40% of the vote, but we cannot subscribe to the theory that the other 60% of the vote, they're against the William Lai in the position, especially on the Taiwan-China and the Taiwanese identity. Because the third candidate, Ko Wen-je, coming from the Taiwan People's Party, he attracts a lot of youth votes, and the youth cast a vote for Ko Wen-je, not because of that they oppose the William Lai's position on the Taiwan-China relation, but they believe that the Cohen speak to their mind in terms of the issue they care the most, like the economy, the wages, the housing issues. Many of the youth, after the COVID hit in Taiwan, they found out that the living expenses as well as wages rise to a degree that when they're fresh out of the college, it will be difficult for them to find an adequate living jobs. So I think it is this issue they have, and also how they believe that probably to their mind, DPP already is in power for 8 years, so DPP needs to be responsible for all the problems they're facing right now, and Cohen will be the one that help them to charge through the race.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but so the concerns of the young population and what are their concerns? Of course, jobs is one. But how do you overcome this? How do you think the President-elect William Lai would sort of tackle this problem?
Yes, actually, during the campaign, the President-elect William Lai has been addressed his policies to the housing issues and wages issues in many different aspects. So we believe that while the current administration, the DPP administration, has been put a lot of energies in the subsidies for the younger generations. We are actually, in these past 8 years, we have been moving toward more social welfare system, more social welfare country.
Right.
So we have conducted a lot of policies. For example, that we raise the budget for long-term care for the elderly, and also raise the budget for the younger generation, especially young parents, to raise their kids. And also we have the certain stipends for the students or the young workers that you're living in different cities and you want to rent a house, you need to rent a house. There's subsidies for renting a house. So we have to do a lot of different aspects, and we this current administration, DPP administration, has put a lot of energy in building the social housing as well. And while the goal has been reached, the number hasn't been reached to our original setting. But in the future, Lai administration will definitely push forward for building more social housing and lowering down the housing prices, one of the top priority and agenda. So we believe that those policies can help us to attract young voters back. But however, there's indeed some challenges that in our parliament, that there's a hung parliament structure.
Right.
No single political party passed the threshold of a single majority. So definitely we face the challenges from the opposition parties, and now the current opposition parties and also the DPP party, that we need to figure it out who can be the speaker and also the vice speaker. So now it's under discussion. So we will likely to know the answers pretty much soon.
And we have 5 months to go before the inauguration happens.
Yeah, 4 months.
4 months.
4 months.
To go before the inauguration happens in May 2024, like that. But coming to you, Ajung Lai, to looking at the larger strategic picture, the United States is always a big factor, and so is China, and their rivalry also sort of plays on the minds of the people in Taiwan, and the kind of pressures that come from there. How do you see the United States policy towards Taiwan now going forward, now that the election results are out, and now you are likely to have a new president going forward?
I believe that probably the first thing that U.S. look at the presidential election result is that they come out with the sign of relief, because many of the President Taiwan, her policy for the defense reform, security, cooperation with like-minded states, including the United States, that has been called into question by the opposition president candidates, such as the KMT candidate Hou You-yi, and also the Cohen's the third candidate. Also, from time to time, talks about how Taiwan should keep an equal distance between China and the United States, so that apparently the winning for the William Lai that represents the continuity of the defense reform and security policy under the President Tsai Ing-wen, and that's something I believe that the United States is willing to see that will execute. And of course, people talk about how the Taiwan-China relation will get tense, and there are people arguing that Taiwan could be the flashpoint between the U.S. and China. But I have to say that right now, the whole opinion basically is that China is trying to change the status quo, and China upped the ante in terms of military harassment against Taiwan. And China just not only doing things for Taiwan, but also doing things against Philippines, for example, against Japan. So China is causing all the issue beyond Taiwan. Right. And so it's important.
And India too.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
So it is important for the country altogether, they could come out with joint positions. And that in that regard, Taiwan maintain the current courses will be critical for the United States.
Right. So coming to China's position, I'll come to you in a moment, but coming to China's policy towards Taiwan now that the results are out, is Xi Jinping likely to up the ante just in military terms, or will he also resort to some kind of economic coercion or some kind of other social engineering or social pressure within the Taiwanese citizens? What's your take on that?
I think right after the presidential election result came out, and at that night, China's policy organ toward Taiwan, that's called China Affairs Office, came out with a statement and arguing that William Lai, his electoral victory does not represent majority of people's views in Taiwan. Of course, we know that's a wrong interpretation, but that indicates that the China will continue its policy of harassment against Taiwan, even under the President Lai Ching-te. And also, it seems that Chinese position about not talking to Taiwan will be continued. So that I think the coercion and the intimidation probably will be the norm, and could be a little bit more intensive and when William Lai come in. But I think it's important to know that the China also under a lot of pressure in itself. Its economy, there's no way that it will see resurrection of its momentum anytime soon. And the China desperately needed foreign investment. And so that is why last year, in November, Xi Jinping went all the way to the United States and shake hands with Biden, try to stabilize the China and the U.S. relation, and begging for the U.S. investor to go to China. So that should China really try something more drastic military action, or even the scale of the military intimidation like the one they did to Taiwan, and after Nancy Pelosi's visit in year 2022, that would be the slap in the face to the President Biden, and the showing that Xi Jinping is not living to his words. Of course, we know that Xi Jinping has a track record of lying and eat his words, but this is a very specific and difficult time for China. So I would say that it really depends on how Xi Jinping look at the situation. But should Xi Jinping try something else, the consequence and the cost to him will be tremendous.
Which I think he will take into consideration if we look at it in the larger way. But let's see what happens. But coming to India-Taiwan relations and the southbound policy, which has been in vogue for some time, there was this issue about, there was I would say, a plan to have a mobility pact with, or labor pact with India, between India and Taiwan. What happened to that, and did it play some role in the elections?
Yes, during the elections, we are sadly to say, seeing that our opposition party actually utilized certain news between Taiwan and India that basically saying that there was a plan that for Taiwanese government is trying to sign the MOU to open up our labor market for Indian workers. Well, that's under discussion, but hasn't come to the conclusion. But the opposition party utilized that to make an attack on DPP administration and basically spreading certain news and fake news. And China also played a part of that in this process and amplified certain views of the Indian workers. But to be honest, I believe that in the past couple of years, Taiwan and India has kind of trying to strengthen our bilateral relations and building ties, and based on the understanding and communication. But to be honest, in Taiwan, there's still a lot of people doesn't really understand what's the situation in India, and also in India, not so many people are really understand what's going on in Taiwan Strait or Taiwan itself.
Right.
So it requires more dialogues and communication between both sides, and to also navigate how we can overcome this kind of splits, or somehow interference from China or some political force. So it really requires more frequent dialogues and communications.
I can see that. But let me ask you, what are the hurdles, if you can identify them, in India, China having a trade pact, let's say? It may not be a free trade agreement, but a trade pact. And what are the areas in which India and China can really cooperate?
You mean India-Taiwan?
India-Taiwan.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people are looking at how the India-Taiwan region can jump through the issue of the economy. Right. And definitely Taiwan is also looking at India as a next major destinations. And some people in Taiwan even argue that the India to Taiwan, the economic importance will be just like next China, because China did play a part, although in my view, regrettably, about Taiwan's economic development. And India has a potential to be like that. Right. But then I think despite all the hype about potential, it remains to be a potential. So that means something that needs to be done. I will say that the first thing is that for Taiwan investors to go to India, many of them they ask is that what will be the political commitment from the Indian side in working with them to realize the investment. Especially a lot of the investors in Taiwan, they was started to ask questions. If the thing comes to the south, like there are the local issues, whether that's the electricity, the labor, and all those disputes, they want there will be the political commitment, not from the government, but willing to help them to navigate through those very difficult negotiations. And that they haven't seen that from India, especially like there are some limitations about the Indians' guest visit to Taiwan. Right now we haven't seen any ministerial levels visit from India to Taiwan, despite Taiwan sending our minister again and again to India. And also another very important angle is that the chief minister from the local province, because to the Taiwanese investors, I'm investing in your area. Right. And so that I need to know that my investment is actually treasured by you personally. So the presence of those chief ministers to Taiwan and talking to those investors is a very, very dear criteria for those investors to judge that other than the economic necessity, the kind of the political commitment from India, would that be there? And I also would like to say that another important thing is that the India-Taiwan could actually materialize a certain trade pact, although not in the name of the FTA, but it is important to streamline and harmonize many of the smaller package into something that we know that symbolizes the commitment. And especially when people talk about how the Taiwan goods to India enjoy the tariff reduction, would that hurt the local Indian market? But I would say that for every Taiwan investors, basically what we do is that we will ship those semi-finished products in India and have a factory there to resemble and sell to other countries. So that the trade pact, India and Taiwan side, you are not introducing a competitor in your local market. You actually strengthen your competitiveness against others in the external market. And so that's what Taiwan was able to be successful, because we want our cooperating partner to be successful. We want our trade partner to be successful, because that is the way Taiwan can be successful.
It's a win-win for both. Actually, so a lot of heavy lifting is required, clearly. But there is a potential, like you said, it's a potential so far. Let us see how it gets translated into a real achievement going forward. But thank you very much, both of you, for your insights. And we hope that India-Taiwan relations will achieve greater heights in coming months and years going forward. But thank you for coming to India and to our studios. We'll hopefully have more occasions to talk to each other on various issues concerning both our countries.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was Ai Chung Lai and his colleague from Taiwan talking to us on India-Taiwan relations and various other aspects of China-Taiwan, China-US relations. So an insight that you would never have got if they were not here. So once again, I must thank them. But do keep watching Strat News Global. You know where to reach us. Our feedback from you is extremely important. Our social media handles are visible to you. So do keep watching and keep sending us feedback. We value them much more than normally we would think of the feedback. So that's all I have this time. It's goodbye.
In 2017, that is the 19th Party Congress,
Right.
I had gone to China just days after. And I met, obviously I can't name them, but some Communist Party cadres, very well informed.
Right.
Who told me, who said that, Xi Jinping has overreached himself. And we cannot, according to them, China cannot take on the US. And we are getting isolated.
Right.
Look at what friends we have, this person said. North Korea and Pakistan. So now you can have Russia.
Russia is good, yes.
But certainly that is what has happened.
Hello and welcome to Strat News Global. You are on The Gist, our daily evening program. I'm Nitin Gokhale. And with me on The Gist this evening is Jayadev Ranade, familiar face on Strat News Global, China specialist, someone who watches developments in China, related to China very closely. And he's someone we are going to ask this question about what's going on in China internally and what is Xi Jinping's game plan with his ministers disappearing out of public view and of course so much of uncertainty in the polity as well as in the Chinese economy. So welcome to this program, Mr. Ranade.
Thank you.
And again, the inevitable question, what's happening in China? Is any clarity possible at all?
Well, I think clarity is difficult in such an opaque society and a system of government. But certainly it's very, very unusual what we are seeing. The rate at which changes are taking place in China, the way the ministers are going. And I would sort of say that we need to really look at things a bit deeper than just look at the number of ministers or others who have disappeared. The main issue is what does it mean?
Sure.
What does it signal?
Right. Correct.
Chinese politics.
Yes. So, that will certainly be the main theme of this discussion. But a prominent minister, also, someone who has been in the public view as a defense minister, Li Shangfu, is not seen in the public for the last couple of months or maybe from early August. And before that, of course, we know that the foreign minister, Qin Gang, has just disappeared without a trace. And then there are these other reports about purges in the rocket force and various other organizations. So when you connect all these dots, you think, is it because these ministers were collectively posing a challenge to Xi Jinping, or that he wants to show that he is cracking down on corruption and incompetence? What is it?
From the information that is available and from what I can see, I don't see these two as having disappeared because they are posing a challenge to Xi Jinping.
Sure. Okay.
And I'll explain why. But the rocket force could be because of the purging.
Right.
The rocket force is a favored force. They have always had a lot of money. They've always been very secretive. And with the build-up of the missile inventory by China, obviously they have even more funding. So that could be a possibility. I read a report that the PNA's Discipline Inspection Commission, which is their anti-corruption outfit, has started investigations for the period 2015 to 2018, which is when Li Shangfu was deputy commander of the rocket force. So maybe he is involved because they talked about some errors or misappropriations in the bidding process. But having said that, why I keep Li Shangfu and Qin Gang separate is that both were appointed by Xi Jinping.
Exactly.
Not only that, since you're talking about Li Shangfu, Li Shangfu and Xi Jinping, Li Shangfu is also a princeling, by the way.
Right.
And his father and Xi Jinping's father served together And Xi Jinping has, in a way, you can say, moved him up. In fact, it was Xi Jinping's father who brought Li Shangfu into the mainstream from being just technical
Engineer, soldier, perhaps.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Brought him into the mainstream. And then, of course, he's been promoted. He was brought into the 19th Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party by Xi Jinping. And of course, now, main defense minister and state councillor. So to my mind, he's a Xi Jinping man, if I could call him that, a Xi Jinping loyalist. And I doubt very much if a person with his background would plot against Xi Jinping, because his future is tied to him.
Right.
Similarly, if we look at Qin Kang, it is the same thing. In fact, Qin Kang is not a diplomat, per se.
Correct.
He came from the intelligence background, and he was brought into the foreign ministry after many years. And then it was Xi Jinping who brought him into the Central Committee at the last Congress in October last year. And in effect gave him a double promotion.
Sure.
He was not an alternate member. He straightaway entered as a full member. Then he sent him, earlier he had sent him as foreign minister.
Ambassador to U.S., yes.
Ignoring the claims of other senior trade. Then before he finished his term, he brought him back, appointed him as full CC member, as a foreign minister and a state councillor. Wang Yi, etc. were waiting 5 years before they got that. So these guys are Xi Jinping.
Blue-eyed boys.
Blue-eyed boy. So which raises the question, if they have disappeared or whatever, why? Is it that someone is pushing back against Xi Jinping? Is there a factional fight? Which is what I tend to subscribe to, that there are groups which are unhappy with Xi Jinping, and there are enough of them. We can talk about that.
Yes.
But they are pushing back because both these are favorites.
Right.
And
so he got rid of them to damage control.
Either that or both of them are, there is an effort to push them out, and the decision has not yet been made, which is why we don't hear it.
Right. No, but let me take you back to your own article, which you wrote for us on Strat News Global just days before the G20 summit, and where you were, I think in my view, the first one to point out that Xi Jinping is not coming to G20 not because he wants to snub India, but because he has his own problems back home, which are just increasing by the day. And it now seems that it is all coming true. So obviously you have better analysis and better insight into all this. So if there's a pushback against Xi Jinping, especially because now he's the supreme leader, where would this pushback come from?
There are a number of groups, Nitin. You can't, and neither can one identify one particular cause.
Okay.
So let me just run through.
Give me this. Yes.
One is the deteriorating economic situation.
Right.
No hope in sight for it to improve at the moment, at least. That is one.
Right.
So a lot of people are unemployed. Joblessness is very high in the rural area as well as in the urban sector. Second, private entrepreneurs, the businessmen, they've been hit very badly. So businesses are closed down. And according to estimates by Chinese, thousands of businesses have closed down per year.
Right.
So you can imagine the extent of unemployment and the unhappiness among the private entrepreneurs. The figures given out by the National Statistics Bureau, which is an official arm of the government, talks about a slight improvement in the economic sector of these state-owned enterprises, not the private entrepreneurs. So, that imbalance remains. Third, the income differential in the urban sector between the top 20% and the bottom 20% is at an all-time high of over 60%, or 6.3 difference. And similarly, in the rural sector, it is 9.3. So, income disparities have risen. Then there are a large number of people, veterans as well as party members, senior ones particularly, who have disapproved of Xi Jinping starting a third term or making a bid for a third term. Many of them feel they don't want to return to the one-man rule of Mao Zedong.
Right.
So there are a number of factors which are there. And there are a sizable number of Chinese Communist Party members, the younger element, who are unhappy with the policy on Russia. They feel that China has gone too close. And second, unhappy with the manner in which the relations with the U.S. has been handled, because they feel that's, should have been handled better, and China has been isolated. That's their view. And they're pretty worried that, things may come to a stage where the United States hits China with sanctions, which will really hurt China.
So, this is absolutely true. In fact, that's what was going to be my next question, that the relationship between China and US has deteriorated to such an extent. And in fact, I think only yesterday, Blinken and Wang Yi met in Malta. So, in that, it is very clear that the Chinese are taking a very aggressive line. So, does it again come from this fact that they are getting isolated because they are with Russia, like you already mentioned? So now are the Chinese left only with friends like Russia, North Korea, and Pakistan?
Yeah, absolutely correct. Just three. And mind you, I just digress a bit.
Right.
In 2017, that is the 19th Party Congress.
Right.
I had gone to China just days after. And I met, obviously I can't name them, some Communist Party cadres, very well informed.
Right.
Who told me, who said that, Xi Jinping has overreached himself. And we cannot, according to them, China cannot take on the US. And we are getting isolated.
Right.
Look at what friends we have, this person. North Korea and Pakistan. So now you can have Russia.
Russia do it, yes.
But certainly that is what has happened. But in this meeting, it is interesting to see the way that the Chinese laid down what they said is the final red line, or the bottom red line, or the first
red line on Taiwan.
Yeah, on Taiwan, which means Taiwan is non-negotiable.
Right.
And all that we see happening around us, the unprecedented number of, military aircraft, ships, etc.,
and the blockade,
sending,
yes,
exactly, and the exercise that is going on.
Right.
Taiwan is number one on the list. So for them to say that is basically telling the US that you back off, because we are not going to, and we are going to take them on. And that, I think, in fact, raises the threshold of conflict rather than easing it. It also appeals to their domestic audience in China that Xi Jinping is not going to bow down.
Yeah.
But in my view, I think that's a wrong step to take, unless there have been some, parts of that conversation which have not been released, which are more conciliatory.
Between the US and
but incidentally, talking to you about your first point, ministers disappearing,
yes,
Wang Yi has reappeared.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, till Saturday, people were saying even he's disappeared. Yeah. So I think by Sunday, he's already reappeared. But the Taiwan question actually troubles the world in the sense, initially, I think about 3 months ago, we spoke about the possible deadline as 2027. Going by what is happening now, is it being advanced because of the uncertain domestic situation, maybe setback in the domestic economic policies, economic condition? Will Xi Jinping want to take that chance to try and forcibly reunify Taiwan with the mainland?
I think, it's risky to make a...
Yes, focus. Sure.
But I would think, or in my view at least, if what I said about in-party, factional fighting going on within the Chinese Communist Party, if that increases, if that is correct, and if that increases, if there is no improvement in the economic situation, then Xi Jinping will increasingly be pushed with his back to the wall. And it is at that stage that he might do something.
Right.
Mind you, he's got his loyalists in all the key positions.
Sure.
But still we are seeing articles appearing that are critical of him till today, including in official publications, which are tightly controlled.
Right.
So there is obviously dissatisfaction at various levels.
Sure.
So I think that he might do it. But he is also waiting to see what the US reaction will be. Because if he feels or fears that the US will react, then of course he might not go the full way.
Right.
Otherwise, I think the chances are that he will, because he also wants to go down in history, I mean Chinese history and things, as the person who started the reunification process.
True. So that brings me to the obvious question: what implications for India?
I think there are a lot of implications for us. May not be direct in the sense that it may not lead to a direct conflict, but there'll be 2 or 3 things that will happen. One, we will have the US and the Quad certainly getting involved.
Okay.
Quad minus us.
Sure.
But where does that leave us? I think we will also have to,
Choose.
We can't sit on the fence. We'll have to look it off.
Right.
The second is that if China does do it, or if China does it and gets away with it, the consequences for us will be more serious, because then there'll be no restraint.
Right.
And they will try and capture, as they have said, the whole of Ladakh. And mind you, Wang Yi has not relented even after all this on Ladakh. Not Wang Yi really, the Chinese. And Arunachal.
Right.
So we have 2 problems right there and then. I think it will encourage the Chinese more. It will, remove any restraints than they have. So we need to get at the third. Of course, the economic thing that I think around 60% of our trade flows through those waters.
Sure.
So in my estimate, we have to take a call. I think the time would be right for us. We should get involved in whatever actions the Quad plans. We may not send our own assets in to fight, but certainly we have enough bases and enough agreements with the United States and others for allowing them use of all these, including the Andamans.
No wonder the Indian military has started looking ahead and planning ahead and wargaming the situation in Taiwan. And if China attacks Taiwan or tries to invade Taiwan, what would be options that are available, and what options would be asked for by the Quad partners, especially the US? I think that study has already started.
Yes.
From what one knows. But one final thought from you. Now, everywhere there is election season in the democracies. In the US next year, in India next year. Would it tempt the Chinese to up the ante when decision makers, executive decision makers are slightly distracted with their own domestic compulsions or domestic needs for getting re-elected? Would that be the right time for the Chinese to strike?
I think it would be a real temptation for the Chinese, because they would anticipate that the government would not be able to respond forcefully. I think they will be mistaken from what we are seeing, the current deployments.
Right.
And what I've been seeing is the deployments, including in the Depsang area and all, are quite high.
Right. From our side.
And from their
side. Yes.
The rate, they've already built 2 or 3 airfields around Karakoram and those areas. So they could try something.
Right.
I think it's a high risk thing. It doesn't mean that they will do it, but it's high enough risk.
So India has to be watchful on many fronts, not just on its land borders, but also what happens in Taiwan.
Yeah.
One has to keep a close watch, and how US reacts to it would be one of the things that India will have to watch out for very closely. But thank you again for your thoughts and your insights. Always useful to know how you look at it very differently than the normal narrative. So always a pleasure to host you in our discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, well.
So that's Jaydev Ranade telling us what we should expect and what's happening inside China, according to his own analysis of long years of observing and studying China. Do keep watching Strat News Global. You know where to reach us. Our social media handles are visible on the screen. Keep sending feedback. Your comments are always welcome, and we take your feedback very seriously. So until the next time, it's goodbye.
For the latest in strategic affairs, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Click the bell icon for updates.
This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Ravi, and our guest today is from Brisbane, former Prime Minister of Australia, Kevin Rudd, whose latest book is The Avoidable War. Mr. Rudd, welcome to Strat News. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks for having me on the program.
Mr. Rudd, the first line in this book, after the dedication to your grandchildren and grandchildren all over the world, as decisions are being made that will impact their lives, is that you wish you didn't have to write this book. Your argument through the book is that guardrails or red lines have to be set so that the US and China can compete, say, in technology, in economy, and diplomacy, but agree not to fight. Don't you think that's too optimistic given the current scenario?
Well, at present we have a strategic race or a strategic competition between China and the United States, whether we like it or not. That race is already on. The question for us is whether it is unmanaged strategic competition with no guardrails, no rules of the road, and therefore with the continued risk of incident, escalation, crisis, conflict, and war, or drawing on some of the experience from the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, whether in fact you can fashion what I describe as managed strategic competition. And the reason I argue that managed strategic competition with some basic or minimum guardrails may be possible is because neither country at this stage is in the mood or has the appetite for going to war. That may change in the following decade, but not, I believe, for the decade which lies ahead of us. But there's still the risk of accidental conflict, an accidental crisis, an accidental war. So the book is not saying, let's forget about strategic competition. It's not naive, it's a deeply realist book. It accepts the reality of strategic competition and simply seeks to reduce the risk of crisis, conflict, and war by accident.
Sure. Just going again through your book, for a solution, the case you present to prevent war is that it has to be done by senior negotiators who have an overarching responsibility for the whole relationship between the US and China, that is. So in the current scenario, that would be Jake Sullivan and Yang Yiqi. Do you see any signs of that actually happening?
Well, it's interesting you raise this question because I've looked carefully at the content and tonality of what both the Americans and the Chinese have been saying about their relationship since the election of the Biden administration. And the bottom line is this. On the American side, you begin to see language emerging along the lines of we need to manage competition with China. We need guardrails in order to ensure that we do not allow competition to turn into war. That's on the American side. On the Chinese side, what do I see is certainly Beijing has not embraced the language that I recommend in this book in an earlier article in Foreign Affairs magazine in the United States. But what they begin to indicate is that, in my judgment, is they'd like to stabilize the relationship with Washington. And stabilize means reduce the risk of war. And it's quite a different concept to normalize, which would mean returning to earlier forms of general economic engagement.
Let me take you to another book which has a similar name, Mr. Rudd. Richard Langworth, who wrote Churchill and the Avoidable War. Could World War II have been prevented? And he quotes Winston Churchill saying, if the Allies had resisted Hitler strongly in his early stages, he would have been forced to recoil and a chance would have been given to the same elements in German life. You also write in your book that the uncomfortable truth is that there can never be peace at any price.
Well, absolutely. I'm very mindful of the history of the Second World War. I'm very mindful of the history of the First World War. If ever there was an avoidable war, it was the First World War, where, as you know, large numbers of Indian troops were killed, large number of Australian troops were killed in an utterly avoidable war through a failure, frankly, of high-level European diplomacy at the time. Of course, the Second World War was a different set of strategic circumstances. And Churchill's observation about the need for firmness, the need for avoiding appeasement, and the need for deterrence is a clear and clarion-clear message from the failed British and French, and to a large extent American diplomacy towards Nazi Germany in the second half of the 1930s. And so the book that I've written in terms of China's future and the future of the U.S. China relationship again, is deeply realist. The proposals which are there to reduce the risk of accidental crisis, conflict and war are important, but it doesn't say that therefore the strategic competition militarily between the two could or should stop. In fact, from the United States perspective, these opportunities of the decade ahead would be used to increase America's effective military deterrence in terms of long-term Chinese aspirations towards using military force against Taiwan.
Your decades of studying, interacting directly with Chinese leaders in Mandarin, Mr. Rudd, even as Prime Minister and post and pre that, you write extensively of Xi Jinping's worldview from what you say is the first circle, which is our staying in power, to the 10th, which is changing the global rules-based order.
Well, that's true. I think the beginning of wisdom in international relations, particularly as we deal with a rising power, which is the People's Republic of China, is to understand the worldview of China's leaders. To understand that worldview does not mean to agree with it. It simply means being absolutely clear in your analysis. And that is why, for example, in the book, I outline 10 concentric circles of interest in terms of Xi Jinping's leadership of the People's Republic. It starts with the very basic domestic interest, which is keeping the party in power and ensuring that I, Xi Jinping, remain as head of the party. And that, of course, is first and foremost when it comes to a Marxist-Leninist party like the Chinese Communist Party. But it proceeds through a range of other interests, covering national unity, the economy, sustainability, an advanced military capable of fighting and winning wars, from Xi Jinping's perspective, neighboring state diplomacy, China's maritime periphery with the United States, its continental periphery with Russia extending into Eastern Europe, its profile and posture in the rest of the developing world, in Africa and Latin America, and the rest of Asia. And then, as you rightly said, China's efforts now to change the content, nature, language, and norms and institutional arrangements of what we call the global rules-based order. I think it's important we have a clear idea that China under Xi Jinping is not a status quo power. It's seeking to change the circumstances around it, but to also understand China's hierarchy of needs before we frame our own strategies in response to it.
Mr. Rattu, you're an expert even on the American system and American diplomacy as well, and you spent a lot of time there. To avoid this avoidable war, do you think the US is prepared to be number two, if not in the world, then at least in Asia? And is that even desirable?
Well, you're right. I've lived and worked now in the United States for the last 6 or 7 years, running an American think tank at the Asia Society in New York. We're pleased also to have an Asia Society with active representation in both Mumbai and in Delhi, because we take these relationships seriously. But the bottom line is, in the core question you raise, no, the United States is not prepared to end up as a subsidiary power or a secondary power to China, either regionally or globally. And that is why very much the strategic competition, which I referred to before, is underway. Therefore, my argument is that this strategic competition is a reality, but I don't think either side, and nor the rest of us, have an interest in the intensity of that competition translating itself through accident, incident, escalation, and war into a widespread armed conflict with unpredictable consequences for us all, not least China, Taiwan, and the United States.
Mr. Rudd, India has shed blood and life, unlike any other country, along the line of actual control in the Galwan clashes. How do you see India and the Quad as a counterbalance to the path that it seems Xi is adamant to take? You do write that countries like India can at least complicate or impede China's rise, though it's only the US that has the power to derail it.
Well, the history of the Sino-Indian border is critical in this overall strategic equation. Since the first significant Sino-Indian border war back in the early 1960s. Of course, China has refused to accept the status quo on the Sino-Indian border, and China has sought on many occasions, including in April of 2020, to adjust the effective line of control by incrementally moving its troops forward. This, of course, creates enormous challenges for India itself. And I noticed that the events of April, May, June of 2020 along the border and the loss of Indian soldiers' life was very much a factor in causing the government of India to fully embrace the Quad. And from that time on, you see a full activation at the foreign ministerial level. Since President Biden has been elected, the elevation of that to a summit level. In the last 18 months, there have been 4 summit-level meetings of the Quad, Australia, Japan, of course, India itself, and the United States. And this is classic strategic balancing in relation to China's rise and China's decision on its continental periphery and its maritime periphery not to accept its status as a status quo power, but to try and shift that over time. So I think it's an inevitable strategic response that India is now party to.
Inevitable strategic response. And what about a response to the response? You have said that you don't rule out Xi Jinping making a significant gesture to India in the interest of changing the game in his favor. Now, what could that be? Could that be a proposal for the border, the LAC issue, and in particular Ladakh or Arunachal Pradesh in India?
I can't predict what that might or could be. I certainly don't believe it would result on China's part in any weakening of China's long-standing strategic relationship with Pakistan. But so therefore, nothing to do with Kashmir. But in other parts of the Sino-Indian border, I would not rule out the possibility that as the strategic competition intensifies between Beijing and Washington, that China will also continue to look at its range of diplomatic possibilities with Japan, with India, maybe even Australia, to lessen the underlying strategic tension with China. In India's case, of course, that occurs at 2 possible levels. One is economic, with the expanding nature of the trade and investment relationship between China and India, which, as you know, has now reached large numbers, $110 billion, I think, when I last saw the stats of bilateral trade. But, of course, when I look carefully at what Foreign Minister Jaishankar has said, and correctly in my view, that there can be no fundamental normalization of the China-India relationship until the border is dealt with, we should not rule out the possibility that Xi Jinping, perhaps after the 20th Party Congress this October, November, actively thinks about ways in which the impasse with Delhi could be dealt with. Remember, it was Gorbachev and Deng Xiaoping who fundamentally resolved the underpinning tensions between the then Soviet Union and China when they agreed on the massive Soviet-Chinese and now Russian-Chinese border. That led to a 30-year process of normalization between Moscow and Beijing, culminating in what we saw signed earlier this year on the 4th of February of a new strategic partnership between China and the Russian Federation, which knows no limits. So unresolved borders are fundamental to normalization of relationships across the board. I do not think it's probable that Xi Jinping will do this. I do, however, think it's possible, and therefore it should always be on our radar for the future.
Just going back in time on a radar, if I can speak, I know you say this process was kicked in much before your government took over in 2007, but there are analysts, a lot of them, who feel that a momentum was building. You had Shinzo Abe, who the unfortunate incident, fatal incident last week, had given that Conference of Xi's speech to India's parliament. Many Indian analysts believe that Prime Minister Manmohan Singh at that time was ready, but your government and you in particular scuttled Quad 1.0 I know you're going to deny that, but has your view on China changed? And if you could give us what you think Xi Jinping's strategic response to both the Quad and the AUKUS is.
Well, it's an absolute tragedy that what we've seen unfold in Tokyo in recent days with the assassination in cold blood of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. And Abe was indeed a great leader of Japan. On the specific question you raised, which was Quad Mark I, which was put forward by Shinzo Abe before Xi Jinping took office. In fact, he put it forward in early 2007. The documentary record, not my personal opinion, is quite clear. First of all, the then Conservative Australian government ruled out the Quad in a formal statement by the Australian Defence Minister in Beijing in meetings with his Chinese counterpart, well before I was ever elected. Secondly, Manmohan Singh said the same on a visit to Beijing, well before I was elected. And then thirdly, after Shinzo Abe was himself replaced by Fukuda as Prime Minister at the time, Fukuda took the Quad off the table. And we know from WikiLeaks that the Americans backed away from it. The good voters of Australia decided to vote for me. That's the documentary record, whatever people may choose to write in ill-informed Indian newspapers from time to time, and other newspapers as well. On the question you raised, though, is what's China's ultimate view of the Quad and AUKUS? China, and I've tracked quite carefully China's response to Quad Mark II. And Quad Mark II, in this country, Australia, has bipartisan support between the Liberal Party of Australia and now the Australian Labor government, but also the Labor Party in opposition. And similarly, I think you find the same in Japan and certainly in the United States. In India, I'm not quite sure what the attitude of the Congress Party is to the Quad. But the bottom line is China, if you look carefully at their response to the Quad over the last year and a half since Biden has been elected, it's gone through several phases. First of all, the Chinese stated publicly that they thought it would never happen because the interests between our four countries in Beijing's perspective was so disparate. Well, then it did happen, and then China's approach was to attack publicly the Quad as representing an Asian NATO, and that's what it sought to do over the last year or so. But then separately, from time to time, it has sought to, as it were, take initiatives with each of our countries in order to lessen national commitments to the strategic importance of the Quad. So China, in my judgment, looking carefully at the nature of their public response, has had an evolving response to the Quad. But above all, what we see is China's rising levels of strategic concern. Similarly, with the emergence of AUKUS, the Australia-UK-USA agreement, which underpins the prospective purchase of nuclear-powered submarines by the Royal Australian Navy.
On Taiwan, as you put it, there's nothing more consequential to Xi Jinping than its return. How do you see that issue playing out?
My judgment, my analysis, for what it's worth, is that whereas China now in certain categories of weapon systems would conclude that it has a military advantage over the United States across the Taiwan Straits, that doesn't apply to all categories of weapon systems. And furthermore, when you look at China's financial and economic preparedness for the inevitable incoming nature of financial and economic sanctions against China were to invade Taiwan, China is not ready or prepared for that at this stage either. And that's partly because China remains internationally dependent on the dollar-denominated international financial system, not least of which is the SWIFT system of international clearinghouses around the world, the fundamental plumbing of the international financial architecture. So for those two sets of reasons, my argument, my analysis is China is not ready to militarily or economically move on Taiwan this decade. But certainly if you look carefully at the tonality and the content of its preparations, both financially and militarily, it is looking to be in a position by decades in and early in the 2030s to undertake unilateral military action against Taiwan in order to secure its forcible return. Therefore, the danger this decade is conflict or crisis over Taiwan or the South China Sea by accident. The danger next decade will be Xi Jinping if he maintains and expands his military hedge or advantage and deals with his financial and economic exposures, that he would then feel empowered to look at that contingency in the first half of the 2030s, when Xi Jinping is still planning to be in power.
Just if you look back, Mr. Rudd, was the United States and its allies, including you when you were in power, wrong to seek engagement with China? Many call it appeasement. Some would even compare it to the Stockholm Syndrome when it comes to you.
Well, not at all. If you look carefully at the content of the engagement strategy, which multiple governments around the world, led by the United States, pursued over that period of time, it was not unqualified engagement. It was engagement plus hedge. And remember, during the period of engagement was when the Obama administration, for example, at the urging of my own government, embarked upon the pivot to Asia. That is the redeployment of American military assets from the Atlantic to the Pacific, or more broadly, the Indo-Pacific. Secondly, at a national level, Australia, through its 2009 Defence White Paper, when I was Prime Minister, publicly and formally warned of the danger which was emerging of China's increased military assertiveness in the South China Sea and China's failure to explain the rapid increases in its defence expenditure. And in that Defence White Paper, we in fact increased Australia's overall defence expenditure as the then Labor government, and then took the decision to double the Australian submarine fleet and increase the Australian surface fleet by 1/3. Some of the images just shown in your program then include some of the vessels we commissioned at that time. So therefore, it is erroneous as a matter of factual record to say that engagement was unqualified. Engagement was always qualified. It was always hedged with parallel preparations of a military nature to guard against the possibility that China's rise would not remain peaceful. I think it's important to place that into its historical perspective.
You talked about a bipartisan agreement in Australia, Mr. Rudd. Now, the Pacific Island Forum is on. Prime Minister Albanese has said he won't respond to a list of 4 Chinese demands made by Wang Yi during the meeting on the sidelines of the G20 with the Foreign Minister Penny Wong. So there is a consensus in Australia on how to deal with China, or do you think there will be a change in tack in any manner with the Labour government?
Not at all. The Australian Labor government has always had a firm view in dealing with our relationship with China, particularly since China began to change course in the second term of Hu Jintao's administration, and then during Xi Jinping's administration, much more decisively so. And so we have seen a robust approach on the part of the Australian government then, and a robust approach on the part of the Australian government now. Remember, when I was Prime Minister, I led the government which brought down a Defence White Paper, which was the first to commission a significant expansion in the size and capabilities of the Australian Navy. Secondly, we took many measures to block direct foreign investment projects by China in the Australian minerals, resources and energy sector. And thirdly, we had multiple disagreements with Beijing publicly on questions of human rights. The new Australian Labor government will be firm, it will be clear, and as indicated by the statement you just quoted from Prime Minister Albanese, will not be in a position whereby it believes that it's in Australia's national interest to respond to a set of publicly issued demands by the Chinese government. I sometimes question the wisdom of why China does this, that is, issue public demands to other governments, A, B, and C, D, E, and F. India is a robust democracy. Australia is a robust democracy. We're both proud of our democracies. We're both proud of our cricket teams, by the way, at the same time. But the bottom line is this: there's one thing you should never do, either to Indians or to Australians, and that is issue them a set of public demands. It will invite the exact opposite reaction. to that which is perhaps hoped for by those issuing the demands, in this case China. I think China needs to change its approach to diplomacy. It may make sense within the internal confines of the Chinese Communist Party to believe that its position is correct, that other people's positions are incorrect, and that therefore other people should change their wrong thinking. That may make sense within a Marxist-Leninist system. It may even make sense within a classical Chinese worldview, but it makes no sense in dealing with other mature democracies and advanced states such as India and Australia, or Japan, or the Republic of Korea. Lectures from on high simply do not work, least of all with the government in Australia.
I know you've taken a similar question earlier in this interview, Mr. Rudd, but Henry Kissinger, on your book Blurb, I know this might be taken as a provocative question, but many analysts call his moves in the 70s the biggest mistake made in terms of appeasement and letting China grow into what it has become now, in contrast to what, say, Shinzo Abe was doing from at least 2007.
Well, if the alternative in 1972 was to turn the back of the United States on China's outreach under Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai to the United States in order to deal with the power of the Soviet Union, which at that stage militarily occupied all of Eastern Europe, and instead, as Kissinger and Nixon did, embrace strategically a relationship with China in order to turn the strategic tables against Moscow and put in place a series of developments which ultimately culminated in the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. I think with a fair historical reflection, it would have been seen that the moves by Kissinger and Nixon at the time were entirely strategically appropriate. They yielded the desired strategic objective, which was the collapse of the Soviet Union. On the question of what then was a set of appropriate security and foreign policy relationships with China over the subsequent decades, as I said before, engagement with Beijing was never unqualified. It was always highly qualified in terms of US military preparedness and those of its allies. So I think we need to be very careful about being ahistoric in reflecting back on the strategic circumstances of 1972 as opposed to the strategic circumstances of 2022. They are different and therefore requiring different sets of strategic responses.
Point taken. I hope you won't feel this question is also ahistoric. Just wanted to ask you about you standing for the United Nations Secretary General's post in 2016. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Malcolm Turnbull's cabinet refused to endorse you. At that point, did you think that China and the US may have supported your candidature?
Well, first of all, Prime Minister Turnbull at the time had indicated to me privately, as had his Foreign Minister Bishop, that they would be endorsing me as a candidate for UN Secretary General. And then when Mr. Turnbull took that to his cabinet, he was deeply concerned by the level of hostility from the far right of his party, led by Mr. Dutton and Mr. Morrison in particular. And that's why at 1 minute to midnight, the government withdrew its support for my nomination for that position. Secondly, in the world of hypotheticals, I have no idea what posture the Russian Federation, China, the United States, the United Kingdom, or France would have taken in such a contest. I think it's always been a fairly clear position on the part of the Russian Federation that they have always had a deeply jaundiced view of any candidate from the Five Eyes, and that is the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. And so it will be one of the imponderables as to what would have then occurred. Of course, my interest at the time, and my interest remains today, how do we make the United Nations fit for purpose to deal with the security, economic, and environmental challenges of the 21st century? And as I've also said in the period since then, that can only be achieved also with Security Council reform and with countries like India, Japan, and Germany as full members of the UN Security Council.
Kevin Rudd, former Prime Minister of Australia and author of the latest of your books, which is Avoidable War. Thank you for being as good a sport as the Australian team is on the cricket field and taking some of these questions. Absolute pleasure sharing your memories, your expertise, and your experience.
It's good to be with you and for all our friends in India.
So viewers, do send in your feedback on this interview, any of the subjects that were brought up, or any of the other videos that we put up. This is The Talking Point on Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Reddy.
If there is one aggressor, it's going to be China. So the level of paranoia with the Chinese leadership, because one thing the Chinese leadership lack is trust within themselves and with others. They don't trust anybody else, and others don't trust them. So if there is no trust, it's very difficult to maintain relationship over longer time, because you always live in suspicion and who's going to do what. So that is why when I checked with Chinese scholars, they said that not more than 3 Politburo members can meet together without the permission of the president. This convention was there, but it was reinforced more during Xi Jinping's time. And what does that say? That manifests that they are afraid of internal coup.
Hello and welcome to The Gist on Strat News Global. Good evening, I'm Surya Vimdadran, and this evening we have with me the Sikyong of the Central Tibet Administration in India, Mr. Pempa Sering. Sir, welcome, glad to have you.
Thank you for having me.
So, we've been reading some reports about renewed Chinese efforts to culturally assimilate or sinicize young Tibetans. And I understand that while earlier there were reports of mass incarceration of Tibetans, is this a new, more recent development?
No, it has been happening over the years, but now it is becoming more intensified under President Xi Jinping. At one time, we used to really fear demographic aggression because there's only 6-7 million Tibetans on that 2.5 million square kilometers of land, and only 6-7 million Tibetans, and it's 1.4 billion. I mean, and we thought that Tibet would be completely overwhelmed by the majority Han Chinese. But maybe also because China's population is also declining, and it's not possible for every Chinese to live on the Tibetan plateau. You need that lung, and they come only to those areas where they can make money in towns and cities. They don't go to rural areas where they have to do hard labor for livelihood. So that has not happened as much as we feared. So the next assault from the Chinese government is now, how do we turn every other nationality into a Chinese? So that is under Xi Jinping, one nation, one language, one culture kind of policy at the expense of all other nationalities. So you're striking at the very root of the identity of people. In the case of Tibetans, our language comes from India. Our Buddhism also came from India. So we are an extension of Indian culture. We are proud to be repository of one part of ancient Indian wisdom, because we must have translated all the available Buddhist texts into Tibetan in 8th century. And thereby we are proud to be a custodian of one part of ancient Indian wisdom. Now, China is striking at that, taking Tibetan children away from their families, put them in the boarding school. So we are talking about 1 million children between the age of 6 to 18 in boarding school out of 7 million total population. And the last time we checked, below the age of 6, between the age of 3 to 6 also, it used to be several thousands in boarding schools, nearby boarding schools. Now it has gone up to 150,000. So the age limit is also coming down. And then the focus is more on Chinese language, Chinese version of history, Chinese communist ideology, and how to maintain their loyalty to the Communist Party. So thereby you are completely brainwashing the younger generations of Tibetans. And that's why when I spoke at this seminar yesterday also, I mentioned, of course, it is very detrimental for the Tibetan population if this continues for another several decades. But at the same time, this also has its security implications on India, because Tibetans always looked up to India as the land of Aryavrat, the land of the Buddha. And we have this huge respect for India and the Indian people. And then, of course, the government and people of India have been very kind since we came into exile. So that equation will also change if people change.
So tell me, in this situation where you are culturally, their Tibetan identity being wiped out, what would you expect from India to do, given the fact that relations with China are not good? What would you expect from India?
No, relations with China being good or not depends on who is the more belligerent party. In this case, China is the belligerent party. India has always been a very defensive country. So I always said, if there is something that we know about China, having lived on that plateau for so many centuries as neighbor with China, China respects only strength, not weakness. So they have, over the years, tried to contain India through its policies or support with, or its relation with Pakistan over many decades. We live in India, we know how India's foreign policy have been so centric on Pakistan and Jammu Kashmir. Now, the whole equation has changed. India is a growing power. India has the strength to stand up on its position. And India is standing up to its position and its values, democratic values. So then only you command respect from the Chinese. So that is a very important development that has taken place over the last few years. And
so do you expect that as India's strength and power grows, it will influence the Chinese to perhaps talk to India more, and then indirectly perhaps influence their policy in Tibet?
My analysis of why China's belligerence on the Indian border, or saber-rattling with Taiwan, or assertiveness in the South China Sea, or with Senkaku or Daewoo Islands with Japanese, is that they keep these hotspots burning. Because you look at Ladakh, the place in Galwan area, except for some greeneries on the banks of the river, nothing there. Mountains. So what are you fighting for, actually? So, of course, Indian analysts say these are ways to contain India, that India does not grow beyond a certain thing. But at the same time, my thinking is that China has become very insecure today. So everything that's coming out of the Chinese leader's mouth is security, security, security. And that also creates a sense of fear in the Chinese people's mind that, again, the foreigners are going to come and invade China, which is not really the truth. So they try to create that atmosphere. And if there is a threat to the survival of the Communist Party, depending on the severity of that threat, they will attack one of these places. So till such a time, I don't see any immediate danger from the Chinese side, because their economy is in the doldrums. Starting from the rural governments to the banking sector to the housing collapse and the debt economies that are not working, BRI programs that are not going as they expected. And their foreign exchange reserves will also come down if the GDP growth is not as much as it used to be. And if they don't have too much trade surplus with other countries, they don't have the reserve to splurge it on Belt and Road Initiative or space technology or artificial intelligence or military equipment. As I say, China needs to be more introspective. They point fingers at everybody else and say they are trying.
Everybody else is at fault.
Great problem for China. But whereas China is fueling military expense of all the other countries, look at Japan. Prime Minister Kishida is now very strong on spending on defense, and Taiwan has to spend. There's no choice for them. Australia is investing in nuclear submarines, even though they are that far away. Now, India has to spend more. We all know how much India is spending on infrastructure development, and the new defense ties with France or Germany or U.S. But India is also in a very difficult position because of the growing Russia-China relations. And if China were to attack India today, I think India would be in a very difficult position with spare parts and the militarized supplies not coming through from Russia. So it's a very new scenario that is developing, new dynamics and equations coming up. So it's very interesting times.
So I'd like to touch upon the point you made that Xi Jinping and the Communist Party appear insecure. Is this, what are they insecure about? I think the primary focus is internal, isn't it? A mass public uprising against the Communist Party. We saw some evidence of that during the COVID time, not too long ago, I think last year itself. Is that the primary fear here?
I think because nobody is going to attack China outside. India is not going to attack China, and NATO is not going to attack China. None of the neighboring states have the capacity or the will to attack China. So if there is one aggressor, it's going to be China. So the level of paranoia with the Chinese leadership, because one thing the Chinese leadership lack is trust within themselves and with others. They don't trust anybody else, and others don't trust them. So if there is no trust, it's very difficult to maintain relationship over longer time, because you always live in suspicion as to who is going to do what. So that is why when I checked with Chinese scholars, they said that not more than 3 Politburo members can meet together without the permission of the president. This convention was there, but was reinforced more during Xi Jinping's time. And what does that say? That manifests that they are afraid of internal coup. But then now the things have changed, unlike the previous Politburo, where you have normally they keep people from the former presidents, like Jiang Zemin's people, Hu Jintao's people. Now that Jiang Zemin is no more, Hu Jintao's people should be there to protect him. That is the system. That's how it works. Now, this time, it's all his people, 7 people. So it's one hand you have Xi Jinping and the 6 other people. And it's supposed to be all his own people. So if you listen to the Chinese people's reaction to the developments in Russia with Putin and Wagner, Prigozhin, there were some YouTubers in China who did a very good analysis of how people viewed that. And China showed that for only a few hours when it started. And when the story started evolving around Prigozhin's relationship with Putin over 30 years, being an inmate, chef, this, that, and then a close ally of Putin rising up against the Iron Man, as Chinese people see, or even Xi Jinping sees Putin as a very strong man, Iron Man, and that image being shattered has its implication on the minds of the Chinese people as to whether there would be a future Prigozhin against Xi Jinping or not. So those questions are, and then suddenly they stopped the coverage by the state media, and there are no other media that can cover that, or they showed it only after the Prigozhin decided to leave to Belarus for exile. So that is the level of control on information we are talking about, which is taken for granted in the free world.
But tell me, this idea of a coup, this suspicion of a coup, is it realistic given, Xi Jinping's control over the system? And coup from where? From within the party or from the army?
Well, this could be varied, There's so coup. The first thing I said about having to secure his permission for more than 3 Politburo, then it becomes a majority. And the second level is during Xi Jinping's time, particularly in the last 4 years, he has been changing every general, just like what Mao used to do when he changed the Eastern Theater general to the Western, swapped the job. Similarly, Xi Jinping is also transferring all the generals every single year. He makes sure that the generals don't build strong relationship with the cadres. So that also is a paranoia to rule out military coup. So it could be from anywhere, political, from the public. I would also, again, China is the only country that spends more money on internal security than external security, particularly on security apparatus and the apps that they use, like electronic identification, geolocation, now even DNA profiling, iris scanning, and all that. So that itself manifests a deep distrust between the rulers and the ruled. And now, according to this YouTuber, she was also talking about the world's largest army in the world, in terms of size. So these army people, at the initial stage of the formation of Communist Party, the party used to dictate who they can marry and who they can date with. And later there was a little more freedom. People could choose their life partners. But now this is being reimposed.
Even marriage
now, as to who you should marry, you can marry, or who you can date with. That is what the YouTuber was saying, and she sounded very factual about this.
So what is their definition or meaning of who's most compatible with the other? Is it loyalty to the party? Is that what matters?
Which means to say that, of course, they will even the spouses or the people that you're dating, they will have to undergo background checks to be eligible to marry an army man, so that all these whatever secrets of the government does not go out. So now with the counter-espionage law also, everything is so contradictory. They want investment, but then you have the counter-espionage law. And just this morning, there was a report about a Chinese reporter just reporting about China's economy and comparing that with the depression of the 1930s. And he's now out there.
So what are your resources or the scholars you mentioned earlier? What are they telling you about the Chinese economy? Is it really going down?
Of course, there are a lot of apprehensions on the quality of Chinese data. They always hide something. Now they want to, in the free world, you can have access to all kind of data, and you can make your analysis of what is happening. And China is clamping down more, because now they make sure that all sensitive data that portray China as a weak economy or economy not gaining traction, or the contraction of economy, and comparing with other situations when there were bad things, everything could be a cause for you to be arrested on the ground of national security and social stability. Because all the laws that Chinese government frames are very, very ambiguous. It's not well defined. So anybody can take decision at every level, depending on whether you like that country or not, whether you like that company or not, whether you like that person or not. So it all depends, because on the one hand, they need the market. On the other hand, they put these restrictions. So everybody has to live in a kind of uncertainty. Even business people, they wonder, with the Japanese, they have already arrested some 17, 18 of their people already. And what does it say? How longer will Japan be able to pursue with this policy of always have to confronting their people being arrested and seeking their release while running the business at the same time? But that is why Japan has gone for +1.
China +1,
China +1 solution. So, which many other countries might also follow, because there are a lot of problems with decoupling, too much investment. So that is why when people tell us, oh, the dragon is biting us, then we tell them, who fed the dragon? And we were not able to tame the dragon. And then you say that the dragon is biting at you, and you're still feeding the dragon. You see so many European leaders, from Chancellor Scholz to President Macron to von der Leyen to Baerbock to Pistorius to all major leaders going to China. Now New Zealand Prime Minister is there. President Lula also went. So you have the African Union participating in human rights discussions in Tibet with SCO members. So all these are happening, aligning, realigning, alignment, and all these developments are happening. But then what is the message for Russia for China, for Europe, the main concern is Ukraine. And then you have this very deep relationship between Russia and China, whereas China needs European market because most of the European countries have trade deficit with China, including India.
True.
India has a huge trade deficit with China, particularly in the last 1-2 years. It has gone up the business volume has gone up from 79 to 118 billion or so. So as long as China have this excess of foreign exchange reserve, they will splurge it and they will use it against you. So you cannot complain that the dragon is fighting at you because you are feeding the same dragon.
You think it's realistic, a military coup in China? You think it's...
I think anything can spark anything. Because right now, the paranoia from the government is forcing the government to take certain steps which, again, constricts the freedom of the people. So the more you constrict people's freedom, the more people are going to be wary of the government, not trust the government. And then add to that the economic woes of the government, where you have, we already mentioned about rural banking, housing and all that. And then the falling contraction in the economy. So that is going to fuel, when it comes to livelihood, when it comes to the stomach, you're already talking about 11.6 million young Chinese between the age of 17 to 24 who are unemployed. And some of them have even gone to foreign countries, paid huge fees to study and come back. And then suddenly you are asked to go to the rural areas and work on the farm. It's just like, what object?
Is that true? They've been asked to go to the rural areas?
There has been a lot of reports on that. They have not been, because the cities are not able to provide them with employment. So then the only alternative is go to the villages to work on the farms. And then having paid so much money, having spent so much time to study and try to seek a white-collar job, that is the Chinese dream. And then their dream is completely smashed now. And then 11.6 million may be small out of 1.4 billion, but when you take 11.6 million as a force to reckon with, they can create chaos. So if there is anything, economy is something that can really bring the Chinese back on their knees.
So let's get back to Tibet. Given China's economic situation, do you see perhaps going forward a certain relaxation of the strict rules that are following in Tibet? Do you see kind of pulling back of the Chinese state from, in the lives of ordinary Tibetans?
That looks very unlikely. If you look at the incremental repressive measures of the Chinese government, particularly during Xi Jinping's time, every amendment to available laws, prevailing laws, are being made more stricter, not looser. The indication could only come from those policies and programs. So what we see now, whether it's on control of the use of religious areas or whether it's on control of the use of internet, so everything is becoming more and more stringent. That makes it more difficult for people to exercise their freedom. So it doesn't look very likely that under the present circumstances things are going to change, because Xi Jinping also have been saying that there is no need for us to change our system, because we have proven over the last 2-3 decades that we can have economic development under Communist Party. So that being a fact, they forget to look at every other aspect of human aspiration. Like, what are people longing to? Are they only looking for wealth or material wealth? Because for Chinese government, every problem, the solution is development, nothing else. So it's nothing to do with the religious aspirations of the people. Well, people have been deprived of this spirituality for the last so many decades. And now, materially, they are much more better than before. But then again, you have this spiritual vacuum. When Tibetan lamas go to Beijing, some of their patrons are communist leaders, military leaders. They do meet with them secretly. So even they have to wonder whether there is life after death or not, whether you believe in it or not, or whether you are religious or not. Ultimately, it boils down to that. Even Tao Ziyang, when he was dethroned and he had problems. When he died, he sent his son for His Holiness to pray for his father's soul. So you have all these contradictions it's not as ironed out as, as we tend to see from the outside.
And this thing about the Dalai Lama's reincarnation, the party is heavily involved in trying to get a solution.
No, they are not a solution. They are more into creating future problems. So they know that Tibetan people are very religious, deeply devout Buddhists. So if they can control the Dalai Lama, then they can control the Tibetan population. So they are not bothered about the living 14th Dalai Lama, but they are more bothered about the yet to come 15th Dalai Lama.
Do you think they've already identified somebody, some little boy?
Not possible. They cannot. They cannot. That is why when I was asked by some foreign diplomats as to you don't seem to have a process in place regarding His Holiness selection and all that. That is for something for His Holiness to decide, because it's His Holiness who is going to be reborn. I cannot decide as a CTA leader or any other government for that matter. And this is a purely religious and ritualistic matter, so it is best left to people whom His Holiness entrusts to carry on the responsibility. So my message to the Chinese government is, have you not learned enough lesson from the Panchen Lama saga? Because you have three boys. Out of the three boys, one was selected by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and then he was abducted, and along with his family, we still don't know whether he is alive or not. Even if he's alive, whether he has been given the traditional education to carry on his responsibilities or not. And then you have the Chinese select Panchen Lama. When he was sent to Tibet, you have to pay the people to go listen to him, meet him. You have to force the civil servants to make it compulsory for them to see the Chinese selected Panchen Lama. So you don't see this respect from the Tibetan people. They just call him he's a Tibetan boy, of course, they just call him another political leader, not respected as Panchen Lama. So you don't see pictures of the Chinese selected Panchen Lama to be sold on the market, in the market. You see only the 10th Panchen Lama. So that is how Tibetans show their displeasure or not accepting the Chinese choice. Because a government that does not believe in religion or spirituality and interfering in the process of selection itself is quite, such a contradiction that it's difficult to place it in a very realistic or rational sense. But that is what Chinese government always does. And my response to this was that China cannot handle unpredictability, just like with Trump. That's why His Holiness also saying it could be a rebirth, it could be a emanation, it could be a woman when he's asked. So China is confused. So that's why right now the decision that His Holiness has taken is very wise, because once His Holiness decide, then they will use. China has all the resources, financial and human, but then they will try to influence the international community to follow their, but they cannot just appoint one person. There has to be a time.
So last question. You deal with the Indian government. What is it that you would ask of them, or in your discussions with them, what is it that you seek? I mean, whether in terms of the Tibetan diaspora here, what is it that you would wish for them to...
The Indian government and the people of India have been very kind to us. We have our historical relationship, as I mentioned before. Our first king of Tibet came from India. So we have all this. We feel like an extension. And I tell our friends, I look a little different because I'm a Tibetan, but our mind is all the same. It is shaped by Indian philosophy and thinking. So humanitarian issues, the Indian government has been very, very kind. When it comes to political issues concerning China, earlier when that question used to be posed to His Holiness always used to say India is overcautious. Now I say we can remove the over, but still cautious. And I think in international politics and looking at the national interests of government of India, there needs to be due diligence and discerning power to take the right decision. But then if they can be a little more assertive about their position on Tibet, like the boundary issue, I say India is not saying it, but the fact that India still uses Indo-Tibetan border police and Indo-Tibetan border force, not changing it to Sino-Indian border police, that itself underlines or underscores what India really wishes it to be. So, but then His Holiness has taken on this middle way policy because he thinks more about the common interest rather than individual interest. And if we can have a non-violent, negotiated, mutually beneficial, lasting solution to the Sino-Tibet conflict on that plateau through the middle way or genuine autonomy for Tibetans, then I tend like to believe that even the border issue should be resolved. So if that happens, then there will be much more peace and stability, because we have played the role of a buffer historically between the two most populous nations in the world. There was never a world war between China and India because of Tibet, and Tibetans have so much respect for Indians that there's never ever been a war. So we are willing to play the role of a bridge in future if there is a resolution to the Sino-Tibet conflict and promote more stability in the region.
So on that hopeful note, Pepper Sering, thank you very much for speaking to Spread News Global.
Thank you.
And I hope we can have many more such conversations in future.
Thank you so much, Surya.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
That's all we have for you now on The Gist. Do tune in for more such conversations going forward. Thank you very much. Good night.
This is Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Brevi. Today we're discussing the BRI Forum with Professor Jeremy A. Garlick, who's an author, an academician, and a BRI specialist. A warm welcome to all our viewers, and a welcome to Professor Garlick, who joins us after a bit on our platform from Prague. Thank you so much, Professor Garlick, for giving us time.
Thank you for inviting me.
Professor, Xi Jinping and the other leaders at the BRF have given their speeches. Just wanted your overall assessment of the BRI, the BRF, in the context of also the 3 global initiatives that were announced last year.
Well, yeah, it's a good question. You know, with the Global Development Initiative and so on that were announced last year, I sort of, at that time, I was wondering whether they were going to downgrade the Belt and Road Initiative, whether they were going to sort of put the Global Development Initiative up as a replacement for it. But in fact, it doesn't appear to be the case at all. And what I would assume now is that those other initiatives are still considered to be subsidiary to the Belt and Road Initiative, which clearly, what we're seeing in the pictures here, clearly indicates that China is prioritizing the Belt and Road Initiative and continuing to prioritize it as it has done for 10 years. And there's no intention of downgrading it. I mean, we see there representatives of 130 countries coming to the Belt and Road Initiative Forum. And, it's certainly not being downgraded. It's certainly something that Xi Jinping sees as his flagship project, his representative project of his presidency, and I think it's just going to continue. And those other projects likely will be kind of subsumed into it, is my guess.
Understood. Though there was no overt acknowledgement in either the speeches or any of the statements, President Putin did kind of refer to the difficulties in success for such a large-scale global project. But China has, or is that a correct reading, Professor, making readjustments, taking into the experience of the last 10 years? She also talked about small and smart, though he mentioned signature.
Yes, I think clearly they are making adjustments. I mean, what we saw was, in the project started in 2013, and we saw a peak of Belt and Road investments going out around 2016, 2017. Statistically, that's when the most money went out. But I think what the Chinese government readjusted there was they realized that a lot of the money was going into, wasteful projects, white elephants. There were investments in football clubs and all kinds of things like that. So they decided, as they've done with their army, which is to, as you say, small and smart, try and downgrade the number of personnel and make it more, high tech and improve the quality. The same with the Belt and Road. I think they're, focusing on trying to assess which projects are actually going to be productive for them, which ones are going to bring a return on investment, trying not to waste money. There's a lot of talk about white elephants and wasted investments, and I think the Chinese government is very aware of this and will try to focus on investments they see as providing a return to them. And when I say a return to them, it means perhaps a financial return, but perhaps also returns in terms of influence and in terms of gaining some, what they're promoting their agendas in the global South, especially. I think the Belt and Road Initiative is one that is focused primarily on the global South, as we know, not on the West, not on the US, not on Europe. And so, it's about building networks, not just networks of infrastructure and transport and connectivity, which is certainly part of it, but also networks of influence. So I think this ties into the BRICS that we saw recently, where Russia is also involved in that. India is also involved in that one. And it's all about network building in terms of both infrastructure, transport, connectivity, and also influence.
In all your academic research and expertise, Professor Garlick, how much of a pushback has there been? And I'll talk about India's neighborhood, obviously with more of a focus, whether it's Nepal, whether it's Pakistan and CPEC, which we could deal with separately. Sri Lanka, of course, everyone knows about Hambantota, Maldives, the big debt. Has there been pushback for the BRI in terms of how the Chinese have dealt with the investment and the debt that had to be paid back and possible strings attached?
Well, pushback, there's certainly pushback from the West. I mean, from the US or from Europe, there's a lot. Certainly, I'm located in Europe, and there's a lot of suspicion about the Belt and Road Initiative here. Central and Eastern European countries were included in the Belt and Road Initiative and are supposedly still included, but there's been a lot of skepticism here. I mean, the Czech Republic, there's a lot of skepticism here. We've seen the Baltic states withdraw from the so-called 16+1 initiative that was set up in Central and Eastern Europe. So there's certainly been pushback from some of the countries here. And at the Belt and Road Forum, the foremost European leader who's there is Viktor Orban, right, who is clearly seen as a kind of black sheep in Europe. And, so that's kind of indicative of that he's the only one. That's indicative of the lack of European support for it. On the other hand, I think in other parts of the world, and going to your corner of the world, Bangladesh, Pakistan, they're both very supportive of the Belt and Road Initiative, and China is, China's surprisingly popular in both Pakistan and Bangladesh, according to opinion polls, and the cooperation is seen as positive. So I think it depends where you're looking at, depends which country you're looking at, which part of the world, as to whether there's pushback or not.
When you're talking about Europe, Italy is another one that comes to mind. But apart from global factors, Professor Garlick, the economic slowdown in China and specific industry-specific crisis in China in terms of money and investment, is that affecting the BRI?
Yeah, the slowdown well, I think so. I think they have to rationalize the investments. Clearly we see this problem with the housing market, and it's affecting the Chinese economy. So certainly, Chinese people are aware of this. In the domestic economy, Chinese people are struggling with getting their housing, and, graduates are struggling to get jobs. So they cannot be seen to be wasting money overseas. At the same time, they want to be seen as promoting China's interests, promoting China as a great power in the world. And Chinese people want to see this. So I think they certainly can't, bring everything to a halt. But as we see, I think they're certainly rationalizing the investments, trying to focus in on where those investments are going to be productive. And I think that includes, focusing on countries where they can see a return in terms of both, trade, increased trade, increased economic ties, but also increased political ties. So yeah, the Chinese economy is affecting it, but I think they will still continue with it, as you say, small and smart. That might be the way that they go.
I remember a year or two back, we did a complete show on CPEC, but your views on CPEC currently with the Pakistan economy, we've seen in doldrums of recently, the attacks on Chinese personnel as well. How do you see CPEC and in the global geopolitical situation?
Well, I would say, yeah, CPEC is very interesting at this point because what we've seen recently is that Pakistan has asked for more money and the Chinese have essentially said, no, we're not going to put in any more money. And I think, no, we're not going to put in any more money. And I think it become increasingly problematic, of course, for the Chinese. Pakistanis are still very positive about China. If we look at opinion polls, very, very positive about China, very, very positive about cooperation. The problem is more from the Chinese side that, we've seen these terrorist attacks on Chinese engineers. We see a lot of problems around Gwadar. We see very slow progress with the development of Gwadar port. I see that they have only just started, dredging the port. So the Chinese, I think, have decided that, yes, they'll continue with the existing projects, but they're not going to pump more money into it. So it's in line with what we're saying, a Chinese economic slowdown, small but smart. They don't want to sort of pump more money into a black hole, as it were. I'm not saying Pakistan is a black hole, but I'm saying economically, Pakistan is struggling, needs more money. The Chinese are not just going to indefinitely keep pumping money in there if they can't see returns on it, and if both the economic and political environment is unfavorable to them. We see also that political instability in Pakistan and the issues with Imran Khan and so on. It's all affecting, China's belief in the cooperation with Pakistan. So I would say there's a sort of slowdown in that one, yeah, but it won't grind to a halt, but it's not likely to be fast-tracked.
You mentioned the US when I asked you about pushback. Well, India is one of the other countries that doesn't attend the BRF because of sovereignty issues over where CPEC goes, etc., well known. But what are the alternatives, Professor? And you've dealt with it a lot in your work in terms of the global West providing to the developing or global South as an alternative to the BRI.
Yeah, so something that I'm really dealing with in my book is the competition with the West and how the West needs to react to the Belt and Road Initiative. And what I'm arguing is that the West, as I think you've already hinted, the West has not really reacted quickly enough and coordinatedly enough to the Belt and Road Initiative, and they've waited too long on this. I mean, we see 10 years of it. And we only just in the last 2 or 3 years see some kind of reaction from the West where they've realized that what's really serious is not just, they were not taking it seriously. What's serious is not just the transport infrastructure development, but also the influence, that China has in the global South and the clear attempt that China has to build an alternative order which excludes the West, right? So what the West, I think, belatedly has woken up to, and the Biden administration has made some moves on this, the European Union have made some moves on this, is the need to offer something to the global South to compete with China, which they have not so far offered. Now, the problem is, I think, that we still see a lack of coordination. I mean, we need to see more coordination between the US and Europe. We need to see more coordination coming from the EU. There's this tendency, of course, just to manage problems that come up. So the EU tends to be very preoccupied with migration issues or economic issues or things like this, obviously, that are in its neighborhood. And this means that things that are further away, global south, things that are further away like Africa or the Asia Pacific or Indo-Pacific or South America tend to go down the agenda, right? And they need to bring them higher up the agenda because it's really crucial to start building some influence there rather than just letting there be a gap for China. And the same with the US. The US obviously is also preoccupied with its own economy, its own infrastructure, right? It can't even, as I describe in my book, America has not even been very good at dealing with its own infrastructure issues in terms of needing new railways and roads and so on. So for the US to compete with China in terms of infrastructure is demanding, right? If it can't even manage its own infrastructure, then how does it manage to compete with China on that issue? So I think, in short, what we need is more coordination, more cooperation from the West. And also, I think importantly, I'd also say to treat the global South with greater respect, right? I mean, I think global South countries want to be seen, instead of being seen as former colonies that are poor, that are in need of aid, that are in need of just getting assistance, they want to be seen as partners. They want to be respected in their own right. They want to have input into the cooperation process rather than just being told what to do. So I think the West needs to draw some conclusions from what China's done. China's tried to treat, I mean, there's debate about this, but China tries to treat global South countries as partners with respect, asking them what they want. I mean, whether we agree with this or not, the way it's done, some countries are buying into it. And the problem with the West is that it's not being seen as on the same level in terms of respecting the needs, asking, doing needs analysis in consultation with partner countries. So more respect is needed for the global South countries and more coordination and cooperation.
When you talk about respect and influence in the global South, Professor, of course, India doesn't have deep enough pockets like China does for anything on the scale of BRI. It's more on bilateral relationships that we work on, but even there, I think we would fall behind them in terms of how much financial resources we have to spare. India positioning itself as the voice of the global South in many forums, multilateral and even bilateral, whether it's in the U.S. Congress, whether it's BRICS, whether it's G20 with the AU was taken in. How do you see what some analysts look at as a competition between India and China to be the voice of the global South?
Yeah, very good question. Yes. I mean, I think there's certainly a competition going on because, and the interesting thing with India is, India is in the BRICS, right? This is the part that I must say puzzles me still. India's in BRICS, so looks like cooperation between China and India there. India is also a member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, so obviously it's in on the meetings there, but refuses to be in the Belt and Road Initiative and clearly doesn't believe in that and clearly sees China as a rival and wants to set up a rival order. I think at the moment, as you say, India doesn't have as deep pockets as China, and I think at the moment India is not managing to compete. I want to say compete effectively with China. So I think at the moment there's no question that China is far ahead in terms of building influence in the global South. And really what's surprising to me is even in India's neighborhood, China is really winning. I mean, Pakistan, obviously, then Bangladesh also. China's, in the last 10 years, the statistic I've seen is that China's invested over $4 billion in Bangladesh, building roads, building power plants, all kinds of infrastructure there, and seen very positively. So what surprises me is that India is not managing even to build influence even in its own neighborhood, So I think for India, obviously needs to build global influence, but I think India really should start with its own neighborhood, right? And trying to improve the influence there. And countries like, obviously, Nepal, where it's not clear whether China's building, how much influence China's building in Nepal, but there's There's Nepal as well. There's the Maldives. We've recently seen a change of government from a pro-India government to an apparently pro-China government. We'll see what happens with that. So I think India should really be focusing first of all on establishing more influence and more positive relationships in its own neighborhood, and then looking to go outwards from there.
At the G20 summit in Delhi, Professor, there was an announcement of the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Now that's connectivity, not so much development, but it's connectivity and trade, etc. Considering the geopolitics that's happening in West Asia as of now, that would probably be on hold, even though there were skeptics when it was announced about its economic feasibility. But how do you see announcements like this? There have been several of them in the recent few years, whether it's the U.S. Being involved in the Pacific region, etc. How do you see those?
Yeah, I think the problem is we have to be careful about all these announcements. Obviously, a lot of this is about competing for global public opinion and soft power. So, you want to make announcements, you want people to buy into your agendas. So a lot of it is about, promoting an image. And really the question is, are they going to put their money where their mouth is? Are they going to be able to coordinate these projects? So it's very easy to announce projects. And this applies to the Chinese as well. This applies to Chinese investments, which often don't necessarily reach the figures that are initially promoted and initially published, right? It depends on the ability of each actor, each country, to actually follow through with what they've said they're going to do. So we have to be careful about whether these announced projects are really in progress and really going to happen, or whether they are just for propaganda. I don't want to say propaganda. I want to say promotion. Let's say promotion purposes and soft power purposes, trying to win over global public opinion onto their side. So it remains to be seen with a lot of these initiatives, and it applies, let's say, to the U.S. initiative, this. The US and the EU as well. The EU's announced a global gateway, right? Where there's supposed to be a huge amount, billions of investments going into the global south. But we haven't really seen, this has already been on the table for a couple of years, and we haven't really seen much apparent progress with it. And it's the same with the US initiatives in the Pacific Islands or in other parts of the world where Pacific Islands, for example, China's certainly establishing relationships with some of those islands, like the Solomon Islands. Can the US actually win those countries over? And the key thing is, are they actually going to offer something? Are they actually offering something that the countries want? And are the countries going to buy into it? I mean, for taking just Pakistan in your neighborhood, we see very negative public opinion about the US in Pakistan. And I think the reason is because the US was providing investment to Pakistan 20 years ago, and once it saw its goals as achieved, killing Osama bin Laden and supposedly completing the mission in Afghanistan, the US just withdrew the investment and just cut off ties, basically. So this leads to a downgrading of belief that the US is actually going to follow through with what it says it's going to do. So it's about countries buying into those agendas and believing them. And if they do see finance coming from China, even if it's not at the levels that they might want, but there is some finance coming, then they're more going to buy into that than if they see no finance coming from the US or Europe or India, right? So it's about putting your money where your mouth is and following through and coordinating these projects rather than just talking about them.
Since you were talking about what countries want, what people want, instead of projects being forced on them, what do you say to those who see a difference between, say, India and China's development partnership models? When you look at the Chinese, it's opaque, no idea about the legal sanctity of it, what exactly has been agreed, what are the financial commitments, debt restructuring, are there other strings attached if debt is not repaid in time, etc. Whereas India projects itself as giving to countries in its neighborhood, at least, you have nothing on a BRI scale, bilaterally, what those countries are asking for, want. It's not necessarily when projects are given that Indian companies would be involved or Indian workers would be involved in those projects in bilateral deals, unlike the Chinese. Do you see any difference in those two models which could appeal to some and contribute to push back against the Chinese model?
I think it could. I mean, I think there are countries that are skeptical about cooperation with China. I mean, there are countries that are worried about these supposed debt traps and being too indebted to China. As you say, the terms of the loans and the repayments are not very transparent. I mean, presumably the governments of those countries know what the terms are. I mean, they must get the details, but we don't publicly know them. I think there would be countries open to cooperation, with India on a more transparent terms. I mean, I think certainly that's possible. I mean, there's a lot of countries that don't necessarily, aren't necessarily that keen on cooperation with China, and they're sort of, especially, if we look at countries in Southeast Asia, a lot of them are sort of hedging between China and the US, but they can't drop China because they're not sure that the alternative offer is going to bear fruit, right? So India coming in would certainly, I think, be attractive to a lot of countries. I'm thinking of a country like Malaysia, right, which is receiving Indian investment, but has expressed some. Has been receiving Chinese investment, but has been expressed, skepticism about it in the past. There's certainly openings there for India to come in and say, well, we can offer an alternative to the Chinese. You're not satisfied with the way the projects are going. Sri Lanka obviously is another case where there's been a lot of skepticism about the Chinese investments. If India can come in and say we offer something more transparent, we offer something that is more sustainable long term, then I think there's definitely an opportunity to rival China. But it has to come through that it's be communicated clearly that it's a serious offer and it's going to be followed through.
Professor Jeremy Garlick, absolute pleasure having you on Strat News Global again, and thank you for sharing your time, your experience and expertise with us and our Strat News Global viewers.
Thank you very much for having me, and it was a real pleasure to be here. Thanks again.
Pleasure's all ours, Professor. And for our viewers, do send in your feedback. You can also follow all our social media handles for the latest that we put up on our website, the articles and interviews like this with Professor Jeremy Garlick that go up on our YouTube channel. You can also follow our Telegram channel for the latest. And there's a QR code on your screen if you are so inclined to support us financially. This is The Gist on Strat News Global. I'm Amitabh Brevi.